Hello everyone, good morning, and I welcome you all in this virtual training day session for AZ-900, which is for Microsoft Azure Fundamentals. And thank you very much for joining me here today in the session. So let's get started with the session. But before moving ahead with the session, quickly checking up that can you guys hear me loud and clear in the class and can see the screen which I'm sharing now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for the quick confirmations in here. So now we are absolutely good to start our AZ-900 session that is for Microsoft Azure Fundamentals. And we all know that this is a basic fundamental course that is related to the Microsoft Azure in order to understand that what Microsoft Azure is, what are the different service offerings which we are having as a part of Microsoft Azure over there, which type of resources we can deploy into the Microsoft Azure, what type of services we can use, what is going to be the charge for the specific service, what is going to be the specific SLA related thing related to the specific service what we are utilizing. So we are going to take a 1,000 or 10,000 feet of overview of all the things what we have present as a part of Microsoft Azure over there. That's okay. So now moving ahead. So once again, everyone, thank you so much for joining me in this session. And being a Microsoft certified trainer, I'm going to be your instructor for this AZ-900 training over there. So let's just get started with the session with quick introduction in here. So first of all, let me introduce myself. As you all know that my name is Ayush Mishra. I am working as a solution architect and Microsoft certified trainer at GTechLearn with having 6+ years of experience in the industry. I have started myself as a system administrator. Then, slowly and gradually, I have upgraded myself towards the different Microsoft technologies like Microsoft Power Platform, Dynamics 365, CRM ERP, Office 365, Microsoft Azure, Exchange Server, and PowerShell. If I'm talking about my time in here, so my 60% of time goes for training the customers what we have, and my 40% of time goes for consulting the customers over the globe. Apart from that, I am holding different certification on the different tracks of Azure, and also I'm certified in different technologies as well. I am working over the infrastructure side of Microsoft Azure as a primary area of my work, and then I'm working with Office 365 as a secondary area of my work. And also being a Microsoft certified trainer, I'm holding these certifications with me. But today in this session, in this AZ-900, my apologies, training session, we are going to talk about this one that is AZ-900 and Microsoft Azure fundamental. So that is all about me in terms of myself. And now it's really good if I'm having introduction from your end. So please just quickly give a brief introduction about you, like what is your name, where you guys are working, in which function you are working as of now, what is your Microsoft experience, and what is your expectations from the training. So that will help me to drive the training into a better direction. So let's just have a quick introduction. Shall we start with Anirudh?
Uh, Shall I start?
Yes, please go ahead. No
Okay,
problem.
so my name is Mukund Kumar, and I'm working in SA Global, mainly involved in Dynamics 365 support. And actually, I'm already certified in this one, AZ-900, but just, participating in this as a refresher because I do not get to work every day on Azure.
All right, no problem. Thank you
So
very much.
that's the thing, yeah.
Uh, Okay, so next one, please go ahead with your introduction. And if you guys can't able to unmute yourself, you can put your introduction over to the chat. So we can have a quick interaction between us, and that will make the session more interactive.
My name is Raju Kumbardare. I'm work with Citadel Federal Credit Union here in Philadelphia. I'm a DBA here. I have a brief experience. We have one instance of Azure which I manage. They're looking to grow in there in the Azure environment.
All right, no problem. That's okay. Thank you very much for the introduction from your side, and I'm receiving the introductions over to the chat. That's all right. Thank you very much for sharing me the details from your end related to your experience over to the Azure, related to your work experience, in which role you guys are working. And from the introductions, we can say that I'm having the good audience for this training. So that's all right. And thank you once again, everyone, for having the quick introduction in here. So let's get started with the session in here, and let's talk about the things or the facilities what we are having in the session. So as we all know that we are connected over the online platform with the Zoom platform in here. So all the facilities are not necessary, but we are going to take a 1 hour lunch break in between the training, and also we are having few short breaks are available in between the session. So at any given point of time, you guys are thinking that I'm moving way much faster with the content, I should slow it down in order to maintain the pace of the training. So you guys can ping me up, you guys have a chat access with you, or you can unmute yourself and we can go for a short break for the 15 minutes, and then we can go ahead with the rest of the things what we are having as a part of this AZ-900 training today. Okay,
Hello,
so
hello.
yes. Mm-hmm.
Actually, I have one query.
Yes, please.
Can I means whenever after the session,
Mm-hmm.
I have seen that recording also is going on. So after that session, we can see the recording.
Yes, after this session, you guys have access to the recordings. It will be uploaded to the GTechLearn and you can access it from our website. That's fine, no problem.
Okay, thank you, Ayush.
Okay. And any other questions? So please let me know. Otherwise, I can go ahead with the session. That's fine. So that is something which we need to discuss related to the facilities in here. So as of now, Daniel, you can please check the mic settings on your end. Please let me know, guys. You can hear me loud and clear in the session. Okay, so Daniel, please check your audio settings, and if it is not work for you, so please rejoin in the session. That's fine. So that is something which is related to the facilities what we are having in the session, and as we see that we are having this session planned at the Eastern time zone. So as of now, there's a time 9 a.m. and we will planning for the lunch break at 1 p.m. over there. And the lunch break time is for 60 minutes. That's okay. Now moving ahead and talking about this course. So this is a foundational level knowledge course that is giving us the idea for the cloud concepts, what we have, that what is cloud, what are the different cloud deployment models which do we have available, what are the different cloud services are there, what is the Azure architecture, and the different services what we are having as a part of Microsoft Azure, what are the management and governance capabilities which we are having present as a part of Microsoft Azure. That's okay. Then the next thing comes up, for which person this course is suitable. So if you guys are very new to the cloud and you want to start your career with the Microsoft Azure, or you want to start your career and you want to shape your career in cloud computing, and just you want to start your journey in the cloud computing field. So that is the very basic thing which you need to know. And in this course, you guys are going to learn all the things that is related to the fundamentals of the Microsoft Azure, as well as you guys also having the idea of the different terms what we are having as a part of cloud computing, that what are the different components and the terms which do we have, which do we are using as a cloud over there. That's okay. So this is a 1 day course, and when you complete this training, so after a few more R&Ds and the practices from your end, this course session align you for the AZ-900 exam domain, and you can prepare yourself and appear in the AZ-900 official certification examination as well. And if you guys are already having the IT background knowledge with you, then it's really helpful for you in order to understand the concepts what we are going to discuss in the entire session in here. That's all right. Moving ahead and talking about the course agenda. So the entire AZ-900 course is divided into 3 different modules in here. In the very first module of this course, we are going to talk about the cloud concepts. Then in the next module, we are going to discuss the Azure architecture and the service, that in which architecture Microsoft Azure works, how the things are going to be work on the data center and over there, and what are the different services are provided by the Microsoft itself. In the module number 3, we are going to take a look related to the management and the governance related things. So if we want to manage few resources, if we want to manage few things in Microsoft Azure, then what are the different ways which do we have? So on a simple example, if we want to set up one web application over to the Microsoft Azure, then what are the different methods which do we have? So we can go with the graphical interface portal, we can go with the web portal and deploy one web application. Apart from that, we can go and set up the things by using the PowerShell. We can also utilize the Cloud Shell. We can utilize the ARM templates as well. So we can have multiple management options are available. So that is something what we are going to discuss in the module number 3. So that is all about the course agenda in here. That's okay. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the certification, so if you are preparing yourself for the certification of AZ-900, then there is 3 different study areas are present. First one, that is described cloud concept. And from this study area, you are going to see 25 to 30% of question weightage in your examination. From the second study area, that is what described Azure architecture and services, from that specific area, you are going to see 35 to 40% of question weightage in your examination. And from the last but not the least, that is described Azure management and governance area. From that specific study area, you are going to see 30 to 35 question weightage in your examination. So the percentage indicates the relative weight of each exam on the area, and the higher the percentage, the more questions you are likely to see in that specific area on the examination. So that is something exam related detail which we have present for AZ-900. And if I'm talking about the different class resources what we have, so we have 2 different class resources are available, which will help you to understand better, which will help you to complete the lab hands-on experience with your end. And also if you want to learn better and get the certificate for this training, then you can utilize this Microsoft Learn Access. And also I'm sharing one Azure Pass with you. And in that specific Azure Pass, you guys are having $50 of amount available, which you can utilize to test different services, to create different resources over to the Microsoft Azure. And you are having that $50 credit available for the 30 days from the day of the activation. So whichever the condition comes first, then your pass is going to be disabled on that note. So I am going to share those class resources with all of you. So first of all, I'm going to share the Microsoft Learn link for from my side to all of you. But before doing that, please let me know if you guys are having Outlook ID with you, or you can have any Microsoft account with you. So how many of you are having the Microsoft account with you? Okay, that's great. So if you guys are having your Microsoft account with you, then you can utilize it. And for the people who doesn't have any Microsoft account, so for the same, let me show you the process, like how you guys can go ahead and create a new Microsoft account. So here I'm opening up my browser, and please, it's my request, please do not do the escapes with me. You guys have your dedicated time in order to perform all the access to the class resources what we have. So first of all, please focus on the screen, see the escapes, whatever the escapes I'm performing, and then when it's your time, then complete the things from your end. So maybe there is some candidates are available who is not having the Microsoft account with Excel. So let me show you that how do we go ahead and create a new Microsoft account. So for the same, we need to go outlook.com simply. It is opening up, and then we can go with the sign in, or we can click on the create free account. If you click on the sign in, then you can simply click on the create one, and here you can see you are having one option available, get a new email address. Just click into it, and I want to create a new email, that is my Azure CL session dot TEC for December, and I want to use @outlook.com. Let me go with the next. Okay, that is not available. AZCL01.DEC. Okay, Azure Ayush CL.DEC. That's strange. Azure class ABCGTL001. Okay, that is not available. No problem. AZ class GTech01. Okay, so this email is available. Then you need to create your password. So I'm going to put my password, what I want to use for this specific account. And let me go with the next. Here I need to provide my name. I'm selecting random text from in here. For example, let me go with that. Okay, then you need to complete the captcha. So it says that we need to select the identical images in here. Okay. And this time I'm going to select this one. And then this one. Two more left. Okay, let me try it again. And here I'm selecting this one. This one is the second identical image. And this is going to be the another one. Then I am going to select this one. And then let me select which one is the identical.
Bottom left.
Sorry,
Bottom left, extreme left. Yeah.
that one. Okay, no problem. And then it's going to be this one. And now you can see I have created one Microsoft account with me. So that is the way how you guys can go ahead and create a new Microsoft account with you. So once you are having your Microsoft account with you, then what the next step you all need to do, I am sharing one URL with you all, and that is for the Microsoft Learn Access link. So that is the link what I'm sharing with you all. Over to the chat box, please open that link into your browser and log in with your Microsoft account. And once you are logged in with that, then it says that you need to sign in with your account. So I'm already having this account in here. So if your certification profile is not created, then it says to you that you need to create your certification profile first. So that's okay. Just simply go with the next, and select your country or region from where you are and click on the save. So it will create a certification profile for you, and then you can go ahead and redeem that code. And once you redeem that specific code, then you guys will have access to the all Microsoft Learn material what we have present as a part of this AZ-900, as well as you can go ahead and access the exercise and sandbox environment in order to perform the practicals on your end as well. As well as once you have redeemed the achievement code, then in the module and the courses section, here you can see I'm having this badge available. When you click on the print onto this badge, then you can find your certification for this training as well. So that is the way how you can go ahead and redeem your achievement code, as well as inside your achievement, inside your learning path, you can see that you are having access to all the modules what we have present as a part of Microsoft AZ-900 fundamental course. So you can open any one of the module, then you can start learning. And once you are done with your learning, then you can also go with the knowledge check session in order to test like how your learning going so far. So that is the way how you guys can go ahead and access the Microsoft Learn link. Same as like that, once you have that access available, so in the another modules, let me select this one that is talking about the next topic. So let me go back in here and let me go to my main profile. Okay. Now from in here on the achievement thing, let me go back in here, and you can see that I'm having that another module available. And inside this module, when I'm opening up any one of them, then I'm having the exercise available. And inside this exercise, you guys can see that you can go ahead and activate your sandbox. Once you activate your sandbox from in here, then you can read the instructions from this pane, and you can apply those instructions over to that specific sandbox and perform your hands-on experience what you have learned so far in AZ-900. So that is how you can go ahead and access your Microsoft Learn thing, which will help you to understand things better. So is this process is clear to everyone? Please mark your confirmations. And okay, if this thing goes fine with you, so I've already shared the Microsoft Learn link for you. Please go ahead and redeem your achievement code, and let me confirm for the same once you guys are done with that. So this is a quick 10-minute activities, and I'm assigning the 10 minutes for all of you in order to activate your achievement code, redeem your Microsoft Learn access material and your certificate for this training as well. So please go ahead, do the same. And if you are facing any challenges doing the same, just let me know. I'm here to help you upon the same. So please go ahead and redeem your achievement code.
Hey, hello, trainer person. I'm in the. My name's Dan, by the way. Can you hear me, by the way?
My apologies. Could you please repeat
You can
it?
hear me. Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
now I
great.
can hear you.
Yeah, cool. So I'm in the learning path module, and I see the 3 or 4 trophies that I've had in there for a while.
Okay.
What's the next thing to click on to get to this exercise? Create an Azure
Okay,
resource?
let me show you. Let me show you. You are on your this profile. Just
I'm looking at the active screen right now.
Oh, wait.
And I'm inside of Microsoft Learn since I'm a Microsoft employee.
Okay, so you are on Microsoft Learn as of now.
Yeah, I'm in achievements. So it looks like that's the box, activities.
Yes, and you are seeing those learning paths with you, correct?
I am, yes.
Okay, so from in here, you can see all your learning path. So if you want to start your learning, then you can open it, those one by one. And once you open it into a new tab, then you can see all the modules which we have present into the specific thing, right? And then you can select the specific learning path and start your learning with the introduction and the along the details what we have present. And based on that, you are also going to see the exercises on the same. And for completing the exercises, you guys are having the sandbox environment with you. And also I am sharing the Azure Pass with you for your additional practicals over there, correct? So that is the one thing. Another thing, if you want to generate your certificate for this training, so in the module and the courses section, here you can see that I'm having different badges are available, but this one is unique. I cannot click into it, but those are clickable. So what you can do, you can go ahead and click on the print button and it will generate the certificate for you. Be remember guys, this is not a Microsoft certified certificate. This is only for the thing that you have joined in the training and you completed that specific training with you. Okay. So now the thing is clear to everyone.
Yeah, that's as much as possible. Yeah, thank you. It's all really fast, just so you know. So I'm trying to get my mind to go as fast as yours is. All right.
Okay. All right. No problem.
Thank you.
Mukund, I'll share the Azure Pass, but before that, please everyone go ahead and redeem your achievement code. And I'm again sharing the link. And once you are done with that, just let me know so we can go ahead with the next class resource sharing thing. Nastya, you don't click, you just click on the print button and then you will be able to see your certificate. All right, Raju, thank you for the quick confirmation in here. Just wait for 5 more minutes and then we can go ahead with the next part of the training.
Hi, Ayush. So after we redeem the code, we should see the certification, right? Under certifications. Hi, is Ayush there?
I'm Dan. I can hear you physically talking. I don't hear him responding though.
Okay.
My apology, guys. You guys are saying something?
I'm asking, like, after we redeem the code, we should be able to see the certificate under certifications, right? Or
no, okay. Not in the certification. Inside your achievement section, here you can see one more section, module, courses, and more. You need to just click there, and then you can see your this Microsoft Azure Fundamentals K2 badge. And you can just click on this print button, then you will be able to see your certificate.
All right. Okay.
Yes, because inside the certification, we are going to see our global certifications, what we have cleared by booking our exam with the Microsoft. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, to repeat this, Dan, to repeat what he just, or is what you just said. So it says achievements. I have an achievement code, a redeem that code. I did do that. And then it reflected trophies for, 4 different modules that started, like for the class that just started today, but also from 7/22 from earlier this year, Microsoft Data Fundamentals for Azure. I completed an Azure Data Fundamentals Explore for Data Concepts that I completed in July of this year.
No, the month is first, then the date, and then the year is mentioned. Okay.
Yeah. I'm following you. I'm just saying it says Microsoft Azure Data Fundamentals Explore Relational Data in Azure completed on July 7, 2022. But I'm just taking the classes today, so I shouldn't have a badge or a trophy yet, right? Having completed the classes.
Okay, now I get
you. Right? That's what people are saying.
No problem. That's fine. Not an issue. It's fine, no problem.
Okay, let me ask the dumb question a different way.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the dumb question a different way. Okay, so for example, if I took the Microsoft, Azure Data Fundamentals Explore Relational Data in Azure course, and I completed it on July 22nd, 2022, so months ago, right?
Right.
That if I click on that, so if I just, I click on the URL and it takes me inside of it, it takes me to the 1500 XP course, and it has a checkbox next to it. It takes me below that to another 800 XP class, 700 XP class. And I guess because these are checked, I took them all already. I completed the class, or that I need to take.
Okay. So you need to again that because a DP900 is a different thing that is for relational databasing, and this one is achievement code that is for your Azure fundamental session. Okay, so you can find that achievement into your achievement section in your profile, correct?
Yes, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the screen. Although you got yours in black, I've got mine in white, right? But when I see that screen, so I have that screen, and then it puts the redeem code back on the screen when I go backwards. And so do I need to click redeem again? Because it seems like I've already done that, right?
Yes, you can check it. And okay, so the XPs are the progress as completed. Okay, so that is completed for you.
Yeah, it says I have, I'm looking at my screen, 16 badges, 5 trophies, 0 reputation points, all that jazz, right? And then right now we're in this class, which is Azure Fundamentals, Describe Azure Management and Governance, or is that the class we're in? Right?
Yes, so that is for the Azure Fundamental class, and you have completed. So your that trophy and the badges are saying that you have completed that class. Okay.
All right.
Yes, no problem.
All right, thank you. Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, no problem.
But how did I complete a class that I'm in right now?
Actually, that is for your learning purpose and that is for your reference. Okay. So
Okay,
it is
cool.
only for your reference and that is not your global certification. So don't worry about it. You are going to take a full class in here.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So now the next thing I'm going to show you that how we can go ahead and activate our Azure passes. And for the same, I'm sharing the Azure passes with you, but in the second half, because I have connected with my learning team and they will sharing the passes with me. Then in the second half, the people are joining me in the session. Then I'm sharing the Azure passes with those persons and you can utilize that Azure pass for your additional practices over there. So let me jump up and show you how do we go ahead and activate our Azure pass. So here you can see we are logged in with the specific Microsoft account, what I have just created, AZ class gtech01@outlook.com. For example, I want to activate my Azure Pass into that specific account. So simply I can go to this URL that is Microsoft azurepass.com. Okay, this is the URL. I am also sharing this URL with you on the chat box. So for activating the Azure Pass, so this is the link which you guys can use. And then you need to just click on the start button. If you are not logged in, then it will ask you for the sign-in credentials. Then you need to enter your email ID and the password. As of now, I have already signed in with this account. So this account is coming up in here. And then I need to just click on the confirm Microsoft account. And I am having my promo code available with me. So let me just go ahead and copy one of the promo code from my end. And this is the Azure Pass or the promo code, whatever we can say. Then I need to enter the CAPTCHA. And click on the submit.
I'm probably the dude that asks questions, you know.
No problem. No problem.
Your connection isn't private. Attackers might be trying to steal your information from Microsoft Azure Pass, for example, password messages, whatever.
Do
Go
you
backwards or click advanced.
Okay.
Right?
Maybe you are accessing the link from your corporate network. Is it right?
Yeah. And so
yes,
let me.
so that's why it's your organization's firewall policies are blocking that URL, right?
Yeah, I'm actually turning on my VPN right now to see like if I'm not doing something accurate.
Yes.
So I'm connected to the Microsoft VPN now. All right.
So that is the
okay.
issue.
So
Yes, same happened to me, and I just have to log out from my corporate account and then
yes.
log into personal account.
And one more important thing I would like to tell you all, please do not use your corporate account for activation of Microsoft Azure passes because maybe there is some restrictions over to your account. Okay, so please create a new Microsoft account and then activate your pass on the same. Coming up with the questions like where do we get the promo code from? So in the second half of this session after the lunch break, so after 2 p.m. you guys are having your promo codes with you. Okay, and then you can go ahead and activate it. So as of now, please see the full process. The recordings is also available for you after the session, so you can utilize it. And once you are having your promo code with you, then you can go ahead and activate it. So after entering up your promo code, you need to enter your details.
Okay, so again, as the dumb guy on the phone,
no problem.
The bottom line is I need to use dantman@gmail.com as my something, my regular personal email address.
Okay, you can use it, but please do not use your corporate email because maybe there is some restrictions from your organization and it will get into your trouble.
Got it. All right, thank you.
No problem. Then you need to provide your basic detail like phone number, your address line, your address. That's okay. So let me quickly put my address, my postal pin code where I am. As of now, let me agree with the conditions and click on the sign up. And Renegades, you don't need a promo code to log in. You need a promo code for activating your $50 credit, which you can utilize for your hands-on practical over to the Microsoft Azure, right? So in the second half of this session, I'm going to share the codes with you all.
Okay, so just to be on the same page, we're not doing what you're doing, we're just watching you?
Yes.
Okay, got you.
Please, what I already told you all, just please look into the steps. And once you guys have your promo code with you, then go ahead and activate it on your rank. And if you guys are facing any challenges on the same, then I'm here to help you up on that. So now it will setting up my new account. And once I'm done with that, then I have redirected to the portal.azure.com. And please keep a notepad with you and copy the important links over to your notepad because we are having multiple chats out there. So please keep a note of those important links what I'm sharing over to the chat with you all. So it could take 1 or 2 more minutes, and once it gets done, then we will go with the next steps in here. So just wait for the few moments, and till the time the sign up is in progress, please let me know if you guys are having any questions so far, any pending doubt you have. Okay, so now here you can see that I will be redirected to the Microsoft Azure homepage. And in the Microsoft Azure homepage, as of now, I'm not having any resources present because this is a fresh subscription, what I have just created. Inside the subscriptions, if I click into it, you can see that I'm having this Azure Pass sponsorship subscription in active state. Means this subscription is active and I can utilize this subscription in order to create some workloads over to the Azure. If I click into it, then here you can see for billing information, visit to that specific URL, that is Microsoft Azure sponsorships.com. So as I told you that you guys are getting $50 credit for 30 days in order to use the different services what we have present in Microsoft Azure. And you are utilizing those services into that subscription and you want to see that how many credits you are remaining. So you can simply go to that specific link, and also I'm sharing this link over to the chat for your reference. Check your users. and this is going to be the URL. And here you can simply click on the check your balance link, and then you can see your balance, like how many credits you are remaining. So as of now, here you can see that my this subscription is active in here, and I am having the 15 days of time. So that is the thing. We are having 30 or 15 days time available, and I'm having $50 credit available. So whichever the condition comes first, your subscription is going to be disabled. And if your subscription is disabled, then you won't be able to create any resource in Microsoft Azure. That is the subscription. And let me give you the brief of Microsoft Azure Portal. So here you can see this is the Azure Portal, how it is looks like. And here I'm having all the options are available. In the top right option, I can see my account, from which account I have logged in. If I want to sign in with the different account, I can go with that option. If I want to make a sign out with that account, so I can click on the sign out. Mukund, in the second half, I'm sharing the course on the chat. Okay. And also here you can see if you want to send the feedback to the Microsoft related to your experience, so you can go ahead and share your feedback for the same. If you want to get some help and support from the Microsoft, then that option is also present in here. If you want to make some changes inside your portal, like you want to make some changes into the appearance, for example, I want to set it to the blue. So now here you can see, you can make the changes in your portal from in here. If you want to see any alert or notification, so you can see your activity log, your notifications, your events into that specific area. As of now, I'm only having a single directory available, and also I'm having the Microsoft Learn Sandbox because I have just initiated the sandbox in one of my exercise. So if I want to switch for the same, then I can switch it from in here, and from this specific area, we can manage our different directories. So we are also going to talk about this one, like what is the directory and how we are going to utilize it. That's okay. If we want to go with the cloud shell, so as I told you, that there are several management ways are available which we can use in order to deploy the resources over to the Microsoft Azure over there. So we can use this graphical interface portal, and if we are good with the coding related things, if we are good with the commands, so we can go ahead and utilize the bash shell and the PowerShell in order to manage the resources into the Microsoft Azure as well. As of now, in the Azure services, I'm having few services are present. Those are the basic services like virtual machine, storage account, app service, SQL database, Cosmos DB, Kubernetes service. Apart from that, if we want to view all the services, so we can simply click on the more services, and then we will be able to see all the services what we have present inside the Microsoft Azure, whether it is related to the general compute, networking, storage, web, mobile, database, container, whatever the service we want to search and we want to utilize, we can select it from in here, and then we can deploy that service. Apart from that, if you want to go ahead and search the specific service, so from the search portal, you can also search for that specific service. For a quick example, if we want to manage the users in Microsoft Azure, so we are using the Microsoft Azure Active Directory. That's okay. But as of now, I'm not seeing the option for Microsoft Azure Active Directory in my whole page. So for the same, what I can do, I can just click on the search bar and type for Azure Active Directory. And then here you can see that inside the services, I'm having that option available. I can select that option, and then in the manage section, I can go to the user and manage the users from in here. So that is how we can utilize the search bar for searching for the different resources, services, and the documentations what we have present. Apart from that, we can have favorite options are available. So by default, this is the favorite options are set up. If you want to make the changes into it, then you can drag it up or down, and you can add or remove the services accordingly. So that is the favorite section, which you can open it up by clicking on these three lines from your top left corner on the screen. So that is a brief about your Microsoft Azure portal. So is it fine for everyone? And that is all about the course introduction in here. So please let me know if you guys are having any questions related to the course introduction, related to the AZ-900, that what is AZ-900 course, what are the things we are going to discuss in the entire session. So if you guys are having any question, any doubt, so just let me know. Otherwise, we can continue with the very first module of AZ-900.
Ayush, you mentioned there are some services that are present on the. What exactly those
Okay,
services
correct.
are,
Very
and
good question, and I appreciate it. So I told that there are many services are present. So for example, if I want to use any web application, if I want to create any web application in Microsoft Azure, then what I can do, I can select the app service option, and from in here, I can create different web applications. So that is the one service. Apart from that, if I want to create one server over to the Microsoft Azure with 32 gig of RAM and 16 or 8 virtual CPUs, so for the same which service I'm going to use, I'm going to use this virtual machine service. Okay, same as like that, if I want to host my database into the Microsoft Azure, so for the same which service I'm going to use SQL database service. So these all are the different services what we have. And if we click on the more services, then here you can see that we are having all the different services are available, which we can deploy into the Microsoft Azure.
okay, thank you.
All
So
right.
these services are only applicable until this subscription is lapsed.
Yes, subscription is necessary. Without the subscription, we cannot create or manage any of the service. For example, as of now, I am having the active subscription with me, and I have created few subscriptions, and after that, my subscription got disabled. So when my subscription is disabled, then I can't access that specific resource. So for accessing the resource, we can have or we can use only the active subscription. So as of now, we are doing this for the practicals. We are testing the things. We are demonstrating the things. So that's why we are using the sponsorship pass, where we are getting a specific amount for the specific period of time. So when we are working it in the production environment, in the organization environment, then we are having the different subscriptions are available, like pay as you go subscription, where we only need to we only have to pay for the things what we are utilizing. So those are the different subscriptions are available, and that thing we are also going to discuss in our upcoming modules. Okay. Okay, so no problem. So let's go ahead with the very first module of AZ-900. Let me quickly open up a slide deck on the screen for you. Okay, this is the slide deck. Let me keep it up. And I'm opening up the very first module of AZ-900, and this module is cloud concept. In this module, we are not going to talk about the Microsoft Azure. We are not going to talk about the any Azure service what we have, but in this module, we are going to take a look over to the cloud concept. So before starting this module, I just want to ask a quick question from you all, that when someone is talking about the cloud or cloud computing, what do you guys think about it, and what is your understanding related to the cloud? So please share your one-line thought related to the cloud computing or cloud.
For me, the cloud is, the hardware is managed by someone else, somewhere else, and we connect to the web and deploy our code and can, use it. The abilities of that server.
Okay, so according to you, if we want to use the cloud, then we also have the programming knowledge available with us. So then only we can access the cloud. Is it correct?
If I want to create any service on the cloud, then I
Okay.
have that particular knowledge. Using cloud would be a little different, which I don't know.
Okay. Bill says cloud is equal to someone else's computers. That's also okay. Okay, so in this module, we are going to take a look to the cloud computing. Like what is cloud computing? What is shared responsibility? What is different cloud models? What is the difference between the capital and operational costing? Then we are going to take a look the benefits of using the cloud. And then we are going to take a look to the different service types what we have present into the cloud, like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Okay, Daniel, just fine, great answer. Okay, now moving ahead with the very first concept that is talking about the cloud computing. So if I am talking about the cloud computing in a very layman language, so that is a thing like we are ranking the services over to the internet. That is the very basic definition for the cloud. And also we can say that when we are delivering the different computing services over to the internet, that is also known as a cloud. But the question comes up that how can we go ahead and deliver the computing services over to the internet? Because in the computing services, we are having the computers, networks, and storages are available. So for the same, the answer is that if I am talking about the cloud in here, the cloud is a hosted environment, and that hosted environment is sharing their resources with us. That's okay. So in the cloud, we are having the multiple offerings are also available. So if I'm talking about the cloud, so inside the compute, what are the things we are having? So for example, we are having the virtual CPUs, we are having the RAM. If I'm talking about the networking, so inside the networking, we are having the different networking related services like VPN, we are having the VNet. Inside the storage, we are having the databases, we are having the containers present as a part of the storage. So if we are renting those services over to the internet and we are only paying for the service what we are using, so that is known as a cloud computing over there. That's okay. So as of now, we are talking about the Azure. We are in the Azure session. So as of now, who is going to be the cloud service provider for us? Please have your answers. So if I'm talking about the Azure, so Azure is a cloud service provider for us because Azure is providing the different cloud services to us. So where we are hosting our things into the Microsoft or any other company's data center. So we can simply say that thing as a cloud computing. Okay. And also it will give us the capability for the flexibility over to the resources. And we are also having the different economies of scale options are available while using the cloud. How we are going to see in the upcoming slides in here. So there is a shared responsibility model. That's okay. We will discuss this thing later, but before that, we can discuss the different cloud deployment model, like what is private cloud, what is public cloud, and what is hybrid cloud in here. So for a quick note, for example, if I am having one company, Contoso, and Contoso is having its own data center available. What is the data center? Where we are having the multiple servers and the data hosted. And in my Contoso organization, I am having my this server available, and inside my this server, I am having my all the data is present, and the maintenance of this server is going to be managed by the Contoso. The hardware is going to be managed by the Contoso organization. The security is going to be managed by the Contoso organization, and organization is responsible for everything related to that specific server, and it is sharing the resources with the specific peoples who are working into the Contoso company. So that is something which is known as a private cloud. So for example, if we are having the multiple branches of available for the Contoso organization, for example, this is a location 1, and we are having the another Contoso branch office present in the location 2, and also we are having one branch office present on the location 3, and Contoso company wants to share their data with only the branch offices for the same. So what Contoso organization does, it will put one server on the main branch and put all the data into that server, and then share that data with all the branches over there. So that type of deployments are known as a private cloud, where the organization or the individual is responsible for managing all the things what we have present. Either it could be a data, either it could be a security, maintenance, network, storage, application, runtime, operating system. Everything is going to be managed by the specific individual or the organization. So that is the private cloud. Or also we can say that this is our on-premises infrastructure, where we are having all the workloads are present inside our on-premises organization. So the private cloud is clear to everyone? Okay, all right. Now let's jump up to the next concept that is talking about the public cloud. If I'm talking about the public cloud in here, so that is something we can say that if I'm having one hotel with me, okay, and inside this hotel, I'm having multiple rooms are available, and people comes up to my hotel and take the key from me for a specific room, and they are utilizing that specific room. So each and every person has its own privacy inside the room, but we are utilizing the same resource. So same as like that, if we want to host our service, if we want to host our workload towards the public cloud service provider, or towards the public service provider that is providing the services to all over the persons in here. So that is something which is known as a public cloud. So for example, in this picture, you can see that this is organization 1, and this organization wants to deploy their database server, and this is organization 2, and this organization is want to deploy their web application, and both of the organizations are using the Microsoft Azure over there. So what is the Microsoft Azure in that case? That is a public cloud service provider that anyone can go ahead, take the subscription and create their workloads over to the Microsoft Azure. So what is the public cloud? That is something which is owned by the cloud services or hosting provider. So if you set up your own data center with the name XYZ, and you start the providing services to the different user, then the XYZ is going to be the public cloud model over there, because you are providing the services to the public or the end users over there. And it will provide the resources and service to the multiple organization and the user. So what it means, multiple organization, for example, GTechLearn is using the Microsoft Azure cloud. Okay, Dell is using Microsoft Azure cloud. So it is giving the service to all the organization and the individual users as well. Then we can access the public cloud via secure network or internet connection. So if we are having an internet connection, then we can go ahead and access our public cloud for the same. So that is the public cloud. Is this thing is clear to everyone? All right. And if you guys are having any other questions, any queries, so please let me know. I'm really happy to answer all of them. That's okay. Now, moving ahead and talking about the next concept, that is talking about the hybrid cloud. So as per the name, we can say that the hybrid cloud is something that is the combination of your public cloud and the private cloud. So for example, I am having one organization with me, and this is going to be the Fabricum. And this organization is having some important and critical data present inside the organization that is going to be only shared with the Fabricum employees on that case. Okay, Wilson, we can also use that thing. And that is only going to be shared with the Fabricum employees for the same. So what we can do, we can host one server inside our organization, and then we will share that information with the different Fabricum employees. However, the Fabricum company is running a sales website, which is going to be accessed by the customers over to the globe. So we can utilize the Microsoft Azure over there, and we can deploy our web app over to the Microsoft Azure, and that is going to be accessed by the public internet over there. So when we combine both of the things in here, that is known as a hybrid cloud over there. And Wilson shared a good example with me. So there is a company, revolt.com, that is utilizing the hybrid cloud environment over there. So the different clouds are clear to everyone, like private cloud, public cloud, and hybrid cloud.
Ayush, in private cloud,
Mm-hmm.
before the cloud, thing came into picture, this was already done at distributed side. Like we have a server where there is a data present, there's a web service present, accessed by the user outside the world who have the access, right?
Right.
So how it is different from pre-cloud architecture to now as calling private cloud? What is the difference between both?
Okay, so if I'm talking about the private cloud, it means that the specific organization or the individual who is hosting the data, who is hosting the server, is going to be responsible for the everything. And private cloud is not accessible over to the internet. It is only accessible to the internal organization only. Correct? So that is the private cloud. If I'm talking about the public cloud in here, so the public cloud is accessible over to the internet. Anyone can access, anyone can go ahead and create their resources. So for example, if you are running your web server inside your organization, you are a web development company, and you are testing different web deployments inside your organization. So for the same, what you have done, you have set up your own web server inside your organization, and you can give the access to that specific server only the employees in your organization. So is this thing is possible that from the public internet, any user comes up to your this server and access the resources from that specific server? No, because that is only accessible from your internal employees or your internal organizations over there. So that is the difference, correct?
No, I got it. What I'm saying, before cloud comes, we used to have the server deployed, which have the codes and data accessed by the internal people.
Yes.
Like, take example of any university, they maintain their own database and their own web pages to
Correct.
access, right?
Right.
So, is that private cloud is a fancy word, relating to the same scenario, or there's something different that introduced with private cloud?
Okay, so that is the word only, because if we are going through with the private cloud, you are saying that the universities are hosting their own data and sharing the things with the same. Okay,
But before
so
cloud comes also, I mean,
yes,
before the cloud things come, yeah.
yes. So in that case, the access is only, and please do not annotate on the screen. Just give me a quick moment, guys. Let me clear the screen and turn off the annotations from your end. Okay, so let me come back to the topic. So you are talking about that when the cloud node comes up, then what we are doing, we are hosting all the things inside our organization and sharing it with the people, correct? So is it a private cloud and we only change the work? So the answer is that if we are hosting anything, for example, we are GTechLearn, right? And inside the GTechLearn, we are having a data center available. Inside the data center, we are having different servers are also present, and we are using those servers for providing the public access, or also we are utilizing those servers for the internal access. So if we are accessing those servers on our end, so we are saying that GTechLearn is a private cloud. Okay, so that is a private thing. But if we are sharing our resources over to the public internet, so that is a public cloud thing. So that is a term which we are having in here in order to understand that what is the difference between them. Okay, so if any university is sharing the data, so for the users who are accessing the data, so for those users that is a public thing, but for the university internal employees, that is going to be a private thing, right?
Okay, yeah, got it.
Okay, no problem. Then moving ahead, and if I'm talking about the comparison between these three, so if I'm talking about the public cloud, then there is no capital expenditure to scale up. Applications can be quickly provisioned and reprovisioned. Organizations pay only for what they use. That's okay. In the private cloud, hardware must be purchased for the startup and the maintenance. Organizations have complete control over the resource and security. Organizations are responsible for hardware maintenance and upgrade. Let's get a small example in here. For example, I want to set up one company where I want to provide the web services to the users. So for the same, first of all, what I need to do, I need to set up one server inside my organization in which I am hosting all the web services. Okay, so that is the first expense on the hardware. Then for running that specific server, for having the proper internet connectivity, I'm also investing into the physical routers and the switches over there. I'm purchasing all the things and configuring all the things inside my organization. So first of all, I'm having all the capital expenditure cost with me if I'm using the private cloud in here. So I need to purchase all the physical hardware, configure the same, and then we are going to utilize it. If I am talking about the same thing in the public cloud, then in that case, all the hardware related thing is going to be managed by your cloud service provider. But the condition comes up in here. Which type of cloud service you are utilizing, it depends that what is going to be managed by your cloud service provider. So we can have three different type of cloud service options are available, like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. So we will discuss it later. Then if I'm talking about the hybrid cloud, so that is provide the most flexibility so organizations can determine that where they want to run their application. So if there is any legacy application that is running on the older workload of the organization, so they can use the internal server, and if they want to migrate it over to the cloud, then they can go for the same. So that is giving the users flexibility or organizations flexibility that from where they want to run their workload. And also the organizations can have control to the security, compliance, or the different legal requirements as well. That's okay. Moving ahead and talking about this compare capital expenditure versus operation expenditure. So for the same, when we are working with the capital expenditure, so we are spending the upfront money over to the physical infrastructure. And after the time, the value of the capital expense is reduces over there. So for example, I have purchased this server before 2 years in the cost of 1 lakh rupees. So after 2 years and after 3 years, the price of this server should be reduced, and it reduced as well. When I'm talking about the operational expenditure, so that is a type of expenditure where we only need to pay for the services what we are using. For a quick example, for a real life example, if we want to organize a party, then we are not purchasing a hotel, we are not purchasing a entire lawn. We are taking it over to the rent, and when our event has been done, then we can go back to our home. So that is the operational expense where we only have to pay the service whatever the services we are using, and accordingly we are going to be the billed on the same. So that is a comparison between the capital expenditure versus operational expenditure in here. Moving ahead and talking about the consumption model. So if I'm talking about the consumption model, so all cloud service providers operate on that specific model. It means that end user or organization is only responsible to pay for the resources, whatever the resources they are using, and also they are going to pay for the time, for a specific time the user is utilizing the specific resource. So for example, if you are having one virtual machine present in your Azure environment and you are running your virtual machine 2 hours or 3 hours per day, then you only build for 2 hours and 3 hours. You are not going to be built for whole 24 hours on the same. So it will give us the better cost prediction that how many utilizations we are having, and there are different prices are available for the individual resources and the services, and how we want to obtain those services from the Azure. So we all know that if you are purchasing a single quantity of product, then the price is different. If we are purchasing a bulk quantity of the product, then the price is changed. So accordingly, which type of service or in which terms we want to take or obtain that service from the cloud service provider. So for the same, the prices are depending accordingly. And also the billing comes up on based on the actual users, that whatever the users you are using, accordingly you are going to be the billed at your bill cycle. That's okay. Then there is a slide that is talking about the cloud benefits in here. So if I'm talking about the cloud benefits in here, so cloud is having different benefits in here, like high availability, scalability, predictability, governance, reliability, security, and manageability. So if I'm talking about the high availability in here, so when you are deploying your resources over to the cloud, then your resources is going to be highly available for you. For a quick example, if we are having one web application running inside my own data center, and at any given point of time, something occurs in my data center and my data center goes down, my server goes down, my specific network goes down. So in that case, my resource is not available to us. But if we are deploying the resource over to the Microsoft Azure cloud, so it will by default replicating those resources into the different regions, into the different places, in order to make our resource highly available. So if any given point of time, if there is any mishappening happens with the resource, then is still our resources available for the user. Then we have a scalability thing. So if I'm talking about the scalability in here, so inside the scalability, we can scale our resource according to the requirement what we have. So if we are having the higher requirement, then we can scale our resources to the higher requirement. And if we have a lower requirement out here, then we can go ahead and make our requirement lower. Then we have a predictability. Inside the predictability, we are having the thing, then we can predict the cost accordingly. So we can check, we are having the different tools also present into the Microsoft Azure, like pricing calculator, total cost of ownership, which we can utilize in order to predict that if we are going to utilize that specific resource with that specific configuration to the specific period of time, then what is going to be the charge for us for using the specific resource. So accordingly, we can also predict the uses whatever the resource we are going to deploy over to the cloud. We can also have the governance options are present, like we can govern to the things over there, that how the things are compliant with my organization regulations in here, and how all the things are working up with the specific policy what we have assigned inside our organization. That's okay. If I'm talking about the elasticity in here, so that is something which is automatically giving us the capability to increase and decrease the resources over there. So if I'm having the higher thing and higher resource need for the same, then it will provide the identical things on the same, and then we can have all the workload is running over there. And after that, if the request goes down, if we are having the less number of traffic present, less number of things are in there, then it will automatically remove the identical things from in here. That's okay. So we can have the elasticity option is also available. Inside the reliability, we are having all the cloud resources are reliable. The Azure is divided into the different regions, into the different zones in here, which we can utilize to make our resource more reliable for us, and we can deploy our resource to the nearest location with us, and then we can make our resource more reliable. We can access the resources more quickly. If I'm talking about the security, so inside the Azure, we are also having the different security options are available, which we can utilize in order to make our resource more secure. Like we can go ahead and utilize DDoS protection. We can utilize the Azure firewall. We can have network security groups are there in order to make our resources more secure. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the manageability, so we are having the multiple management options are present into the Microsoft Azure or the cloud over there. The thing is that you guys are thinking that we are learning about the cloud benefit, then why Ayush again and again talking about the Microsoft Azure? Because this course is related to the Microsoft Azure. So I am connecting the things with Microsoft Azure that will help you better to understand the things. Same as like that, if I'm talking about the manageability, so if I'm talking about the cloud perspective, so you can access the things, you can manage the things from your mobile, you can access the things from your laptop, you can access the things from your desktop, and there is no any location thing available. So if you are having your data center present, so that should be in a specific place. You need to go to a specific place in order to manage that specific server. But if you are having your server workload present over to the cloud, then you can access that specific server from anywhere in the world. You just need an internet connection, and then you can connect with your server. So that is the manageability. If I'm talking about the Microsoft Azure, so Azure is also providing you the same feature for managing the things over there. So you can have multiple options are present in order to manage the Azure resources over there. So those are the different cloud benefits which we need to discuss in here. That's okay. Moving ahead and talking about the different cloud service type. So in the cloud service type, we are having different services, as I told you, like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and the software as a service. That's okay. So inside that, we are having those things are available. So for the same, I want to just give you a quick demonstration that will help you to understand all of two, like infrastructure as a service and platform as a service. So let me give you the scenario first. But before moving ahead and explaining this one, please let me know everyone if you are having any pending questions in the query from the things what we have discussed so far in the session. Okay, so it looks like everything is fine in here. So the thing is that, for example, if I want to host one website, okay, then first of all, what I need to do, I need to set up one server. So that server is going to be my hardware part. Okay. Then I need to install the operating system into it. So this is going to be my operating system. Then inside that specific operating system, I need to install the runtime. Okay. Then inside the runtime, I need to deploy my application, and then I'm having my data available with me. Inside my hardware, I am having the network and storage also present. So now you can see this is the infrastructure as a service. Difference between all the thing, if we are doing the same thing inside our on-premises scenario, then we are going to manage all of these things what I have written in here. But if we are utilizing the infrastructure as a service from the cloud, then the hardware is going to be managed by our cloud service provider. So if we want to make any changes inside the hardware, if we want to upgrade the hardware, downgrade the hardware, then everything is going to be managed by the cloud service provider. So that is a infrastructure as a service. Let me give you a quick example in here. No problem. You can access the recording later on. That's all right. So now here you can see I am moving up to my portal, and here you can see I am preparing my hardware. So here I am creating a new virtual machine. So as of now, you can see that I am preparing my hardware. I am selecting that which capacity I want. Okay, so let me book the resource group name, and this is my web SVR. Let me go with the no, and don't worry about it. In our upcoming module, we are also going to discuss what is the virtual machine and what are the creation steps for the same. So as of now, I'm just explaining you some infrastructure as a service and platform as a service related thing. So for the same, I'm just doing this demonstration in here. So I want to utilize server 2016 data center. So now you can see I have selected which operating system I need to install. And then here I have selected the size. I want to use 2 virtual CPU and 8 gig of memory in here. That's okay. Then let me provide the user name and the password for my server, whatever the server I am creating in here. And I want to allow the HTTP and HTTPS protocol. So now, as in the presentation, you can see whatever the things I have selected the hardware, that which CPU power and RAM I want to utilize in my server. In the next step, we are going to set up the network and the storage. And once we are done with that, we also selected the operating system. Then I'm going to install the Internet Information Service. That is a web server role we are installing into the web Windows Server operating system in order to react that server as a web server. Then we are deploying our application into it, and then you will be able to access the final data. That's okay. So let me go back to the portal. And here you can see once I'm done with those things, in the disk, I'm selecting the storage for my server. Inside the networking, I'm selecting the networking related things. So as of now, I'm leaving all the things as it is. And then let me go and click on the review and create. Okay. And here in the presentation, you can see that I have told you one thing in the benefit, that is predictability, that you can predict the upcoming cost. So here you can see if I am moving back to my portal, then here you can see I'm having this amount available. I need to pay 6.9 rupees per hour if I'm running this machine for 1 hour. So that is a predictability. We can see that how much charge we are going to pay for the thing. That's okay. No problem. Let me click on the create. So when you are creating any resource in Azure, then it is validating the things. And if the validation gets done, then you will be able to create a resource over to the Azure. That's okay. So it is deploying a new virtual machine. So till the time it is deploying the virtual machine, let me come back to the presentation. And I am talking about the infrastructure as a service. So that is a service where we are paying the thing for the IT infrastructure by renting the server. Okay. So that is the infrastructure as a service where I have selected that how many virtual CPU I want to use, how much gig of RAM I want to use over there, which operating system and the network configuration I want to utilize. So the virtual machine is the best example of infrastructure as a service. Apart from that, we can have storage networks also present as a part of the infrastructure as a service. So is this thing is clear to everyone? Please just let me know. All right. Thank you very much for the quick confirmations in here. Now, moving ahead and talking about the next thing, that is the platform as a service. So in previous slide, as I told you, that first of all, we are managing the hardware. Then we are managing the operating system. Then we are managing the runtime. Then we are deploying our application inside that specific runtime. Then inside our application, we are having the data. So if I'm talking about the platform as a service, so in that type of service, what Microsoft says that you can only have access to the application. You tell to the Microsoft that which type of runtime, which type of thing you need, and we will prepare all the environment for you. You can only write your code and start using your application. You don't need to manage any hardware. You don't need to manage any operating system, any runtime. You only have to select the option and Microsoft is going to be manage all the things for you. So that is a platform as a service. We are also going to see the platform as a service example as well. That's okay. So let me move back to the portal. And now here you can see I have my virtual machine in place. Let me quickly go ahead and connect it by using the RDP session. So this is the process that how we can connect with our remote server. That's okay. And here I'm putting up my credentials, what I have set up while I'm creating the virtual machine. And yes, so now you can see I have done with the hardware, storage, operating system, networking. Now I'm going to install the runtime into my this web server that I want to utilize this server as a web server in here. That's fine. And it is opening up. Okay, let me make a refresh. And here I'm opening up Server Manager. And then inside the server manager, it is refreshing up the thing. So once the refresh has been done, then we are going to add a web server role in order to make this server as a web server or utilize this server as a web server. Okay, so let me click on the add roles and feature. Let me go with the next, next, next. And from the role, I have selected web server. And let me click add feature, go with the next, next, next. And when I'm done with that, let me click on the install. Till the time it is installing, let me write my code. And inside my notepad, I am simply writing a short HTML code that is H1. This is a AZ-900 training session. And I want to save it as index.html. In the save type, let me go with the all file, and I want to save this file inside my desktop. So now you can see that if I'm running this file, then I am having this website available, a short website I have created just for the demonstration, or web page we can say. And it says that this is a AZ-900 session. That's okay. 900 training session. Once I am done with the installation, then I am going to paste this into the specific folder. And then after, if you are running up the public IP address of this virtual machine in your web browser, then you are going to see the same page what I have just created. So here you can see, I want to deploy one web application. So for the same, how many things I'm going to manage. So that is an infrastructure as a service. Okay, let me cut this file from in here, and I want to paste this file inside my inetpub www folder. I want to remove those files and paste this one. And then after here, you can see if I'm moving back to my virtual machine, and here I'm having the public IP address of my virtual machine. If I'm opening up this public IP address in my browser, then you can see I'm having this website available. I'm also sharing this IP over to the chat with you. Please try to access and let me know what you guys are seeing on your end. Now, let me do one thing. Here, I am going to use the another service that is my app service. And inside the app service, thank you for the confirmation. In the app service here, you can see I have just clicked on the create. And after clicking on the create here, I have selected my resource group. Let me put the web app name. So this is my web app name. I put it long because it should be unique. And I want to use .NET 6 and that's okay. And I want to use here the ASP.NET demo plan, and let me go with the review and create. And here you can see I don't have to manage any hardware, operating system and all. I just tell the Azure that I want to create a web application onto the .NET runtime, and then I click on the create. And once the deployment gets done, then I have my web application present with me in 2 or 3 minutes. So that is the example of a platform as a service. So if someone asks you a question that what is the example of a platform as a service? So Azure App Services is the example of the platform as a service. And what is the example for the infrastructure as a service? So Azure Virtual Machines is the example for the infrastructure as a service. then we are having another service available, and that is known as a software as a service. And in that case, user can only have to connect over the internet and purchase the subscription and start utilizing the same. So the best example for software as a service is going to be Office 365. So in the Office 365, we only purchasing the subscription and start utilizing the things for the same. Okay, same as like that, we are using the Google Drive, we are using the different SaaS applications. So that is also a part of a software as a service, because we don't know in which operating system Google Drive is running, in which operating system Office 365 is running, in which hardware Office 365 is running. We are not going to manage the operating system and hardware for the Office 365. What we are going to manage, we are only purchasing the subscription, and we are utilizing the subscription according to the things what I have selected inside our subscription, and accordingly we are getting the features into our application. So that is known as a software as a service, where everything is going to be managed by the your cloud service provider. In our case, we are talking about the Microsoft Azure, so the thing is going to be managed by the Microsoft, and you can have manage the data for the specific application and the security over there. So that is the three different type of service models are present. So if I'm talking about the comparison between them, so here you can see inside the infrastructure as a service, you have to configure and manage hardware for your application. And here you can see the platform is managed by your and handled is by your cloud service provider. You can also go ahead and type your code and start utilizing your application. If I'm talking about the software as a service, so that is a pay-as-you-go model thing, where you can only have to pay for the software subscription, whatever the software subscription you are utilizing. So that is the difference between both of them. That's okay. And also that is all about this module. Before completing this module, let me go back. I skipped one slide that is for the shared responsibility model. And now I'm going to discuss the shared responsibility model. Now you guys all are having the idea what is on-prem, what is infrastructure as a service, what is platform as a service, what is software as a service. So when any organization is moving to the cloud, so in that case, there are several responsibilities are present, which is going to be shared between the organization and the cloud service provider. Okay. And we need to know that when we are moving to the cloud, then which responsibilities is going to be managed by the specific organization, and which things or responsibilities is going to be managed by the cloud service provider, and which are the shared responsibility. That's okay. So now here you can see that we are having the information and data present as a part of responsibility. We are having the devices, account identity and directory infrastructure, where we are having all the user data available, our application, network control, operating system, physical host, physical network, physical data center. So if I'm talking about the on-premising thing, so all of the things are going to be managed by the organization or the customer, we can say. If I'm talking about the infrastructure as a service, then physical host, physical network, and physical data center is going to be managed by the Microsoft, and other thing is going to be managed by the customer in here. If I'm talking about the platform as a service, in that case, till the operating system, everything is going to be managed by the Microsoft. However, the network control application, that which type of application you want to running, and identity and directory infrastructure is going to be managed by both Microsoft and the customer as well. So that is the shared responsibility between the customer and the cloud service provider. If I'm talking about the software as a service, then inside that, till the application, everything is going to be managed by your cloud service provider. In our case, everything is going to be managed by the Microsoft, and the identity related things, the user credentials related things is the shared responsibility. However, the rest of the thing, the information and the data, devices and accounts is going to be managed by the customer only. So that is a shared responsibility model. Is it clear to everyone? Okay, all right. So that is all about which we have to discuss in the module number 1. And here you can see if I'm coming back to my portal, so I have my this web application also in place. And if I'm sharing the URL with you all, so you can go ahead and see the same website on your end. So that is the example for the platform as a service. So that is all about the module number 1. So in that module, we talked about the shared responsibility model. We talked about the cloud computing. We talked about the public, private, and hybrid cloud. We talked about the benefit of cloud computing, and also we talked about the different cloud services type. So before winding up this module, please let me know everyone if you guys are having any pending questions or doubt on your end. All right, so looks good in here. So now what we can do, the link works. Okay, Mofo, thank you for the confirmation. So now we can take a quick short 15 minutes break. And after the break, we come back in the session and continue the session with the module number 2. Is it okay for everyone?
Yes.
All right. Again, and thank you for letting me know. I have just started the recording again, and after the session, you will be able to access the recording. Thank you for letting me know.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
There's also like more training classes coming up. For example, Friday and next week. Let's say if I can't make one of them or I can only watch half, there's a way I can access the recording.
Okay, if I said that, so you can go to our website, and in the past event, you can see, let me show this thing to you. And here you can see, you can visit to our website, that is GTechLearn.com. And from in here, inside this area, event and webinar, you can go with that option, past event. And in the past event, you can go ahead and watch those recordings. So for example, we are having few exam prep sessions are also present for the different courses like SC200, 300. And if you want to access them, you can just click on the watch now and you can watch those recordings from in here. Is it fine?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, no problem. Yes, Srinivas, it is on our YouTube as well with the GTech. You can search it on the YouTube as well. That's fine. Okay, so we are discussing about the compute services. So inside the compute services, we are having the resources present like disk. We are having the processors, we are having the memory, we are having the networking thing and the operating system as well. So as a part of compute, we can have the virtual machines, we can have the app services, we can have the container instances. No, you don't need any credentials for the same. You just go to the website GTechLearn.com and select the event, and in the event and webinar you can select the past event, because these all are the free trainings, so you can access accordingly. That's okay. So here in the compute service, if I'm talking about the Azure virtual machine, so that is an infrastructure as a service, as I told you. And here we are having the capability to run custom software. We can scale the VMs. We can have the scale sec options are present. And also we are having the option present for the availability sec and the scale sec as well. So if I'm talking about the virtual machines in here, so inside that case, you can see that is the software emulation of the physical computer, and it includes the virtual processor, memory, storage, and networking. That's okay. If I'm talking about the virtual machine scale second here, so that is a load balancing thing, and it will scale out when resource need to increase and scale in when resource needs are lower. So for example, I have created one virtual machine for my server, and that server is hosting my website. And generally I'm having 10,000 user traffic in my website, and at any given point of time I'm running a sale in my website, and at the given point of time I'm having the traffic for 50,000 users at a time, and my machine will not handle that much traffic for the same. So if we are having the virtual machine skill set in place, then according to the rule, what it will does, it will provision 5 identical virtual machine and distribute the traffic to them, and then we are having our workload up and running. So that is the virtual machine scale check. And once the traffic goes to the 10,000 once again, then accordingly the rest of the VMs are deleted automatically. So that is the virtual machine scale checks what we can configure and use. Apart from that, we are having the VM availability set also available. And if I'm talking about the VM availability set, so inside that we are having the update domain and fault domains are available. What is the update domain and the fault domain? So in the update domain, we are grouping the VMs that can be rebooted at the same time. This allows you to apply update when you are updating the domain over there. And inside the fault domain, you are grouping your VMs by common power source and network switch by default. So let me open up my whiteboard and explain you the scenario of the update domain and the fault domain in a proper manner. So for example, let me remove those things first. Okay, so for example, I am having this data center, and this is my data center, for example. And inside my data center, I'm having the multiple racks are present, but I am talking about one single layer. So let me do, this is my 1 rack, 2 rack, 3 rack, 4 rack, and 5 rack. So I am total having 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 racks are present in here. And inside my racks, I'm having my these 3 servers are placed. So let me change the color. This is my SVR1. This is my SVR2. This is my SVR 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. So I'm having total 15 servers in place. So if I'm talking about the fault domain, so this way we are having the fault domains, and we are only having these fault domains are present, and then that way we are having the update domain. So it means that if we are creating a virtual machine, for example, I am creating my virtual machine into that server, so we cannot select where we are creating the virtual machine. It is selected automatically according to the free space. So for example, when we are creating the virtual machine, then that server is free for creating the same. So accordingly, what it will does, for example, I have selected like I'm having 3 fault domain and 3 update domain. So it will not create the another application copy onto this area and this area, and another application copy is going to be created onto this section. Then the another third copy is not created onto this update domain and this fault domain, and accordingly the third copy is going to be created onto another one. So the thing is that whenever the data center or the Microsoft is running the updates, so always the best practices says that we are running the update onto one line at a time. So we are updating one update domain at a time. So for example, if any case we are updating 2 update domains in time, then also our VM is highly available. So that is the concept for the update domain and fault domain. Is it clear to everyone?
So the updates, by update, you mean the operating system updates?
Yes, operating system update, software update, and anything else. Okay, because in the fault domain, all the servers is consuming the same power and the network adapters. Okay, so if any given point of time, for example, one fault domain fail, then also we are having our workload running with the another fault domains over there, right?
Okay, so
yes,
the replication will not be done in the same fault
exactly,
domain update domain.
correct,
Okay.
correct. For example, if I'm having first copy present in here, then in this location and in this location, replication is not possible. The next replication is going to that area, and then in that area and this specific area, replication is not having. Then the another replication is having on to this specific area. So same as like that, we can having all the replications are present. So in that case, at worst case scenario, if we are having 2 fault domains are down, so in that case means 2 racks are down, then also our resource is highly available. So that is some highly available concepts. Okay.
So in this case, the updates will be run from vertical, right? Not from
Yes.
horizontal.
Yes.
Okay. And also the power sources are set in
Yes.
vertical. Okay.
No. Please, Kang. These all are my racks. Okay. So these are my physical rack 1, rack 2, rack 3, rack 4, rack 5. And each and every rack is having 3 different server. Okay. So when any company data center runs the update, so it says that at a point we are running the update into a single line. Okay. So that is the thing. Here we are not having any power source because in the rack we are having the power source. Update domain is only the distribution of the server, right?
I see. Okay.
Yes. Okay, no problem. So that is the thing you can also see in here. If we are having this VM present in here, VM1, so accordingly we are having the update domains are available. That's okay. Now there is an exercise for creating a virtual machine and installing a web server package. We already seen that thing, like how do we go ahead and create a virtual machine and install the web server package into it. So first of all, we seen that thing when we are using the Windows Server 2016 operating system. This time, if we want to use the Windows 10 or 11 operating system, then how do we go ahead and install the web server package into it? Let's see that thing into the portal. So let me close this connection first. And here inside my portal, I'm having this GTL VM with Windows 10. Let me go ahead and download the RDP file. And let me make a login into it. Then it is opening up. So once I have logged into my VM, then I'm going to install the IIS role on my Windows 10 VM. Okay, we'll see. Let me click on the accept. So as of now, I'm first time opening up this VM. So in the Windows 10, if we want to install the web server, then we need to go to the run command. And in the run command, what we can type one command that is optional features. Let me go to the run, and here I'm typing optional features, and let me hit enter. And here I am opening it up, and let me select the Internet Information Service and click on the OK. And it is installing the IIS feature in my Windows 10 VM. And we have to wait till the time the installation is completed. Okay, so now here you can see the Windows completed the requested changes. And again, if I'm minimizing it up, and let me paste the public IP address of my GTL VM, that is 20.115.275. And if I hit enter, then here you can see a web service IIS pages opens up. And I'm also sharing this IP with you. You guys can check it out from accessing it on your end. So that is the way that how do we go ahead and create a virtual machine and install the web server package into it. So we seen that how do we install the web server package in Server 2016 and Windows 10 or 11 operating system as well. Is this thing is clear to everyone? All right. Now moving to the next concept, and it is talking about the Azure Virtual Desktop. So if I'm talking about the Azure Virtual Desktop, so that is a cloud-based service where we are using the desktop and application virtualization service that is running over to the cloud, and we are creating the full desktop virtualization environment without having to run additional gateway servers into it. So it will reduce a risk of the resources being left behind, and we can have the multi-session deployments scenario present by using the Azure Virtual Desktop over there. It will also provide us the enhanced security for the same. So if I'm talking about the Azure Virtual Desktop, so based on that, we are having dedicated course available, that is AZ-140. And in that specific course, we are only having the discussion that how do we go ahead and plan for the Azure Virtual Desktop, how do we go ahead and implement the Azure Virtual Desktop, what are the different backup related options are available for the same, how do we run the Azure Virtual Desktop workload. So based on that, we are having that concept available. Like in our on-premises environment, we are utilizing the virtual desktop infrastructure, so something same like that. Then if I'm talking about the containers, the containers are the virtualization environment. If I'm talking about the container, so the Azure container instance are something that providing us the lightweight virtualized environment, and that does not contain the operating system management. For example, when we are talking about the virtualization technology, so inside the virtualization technology, we are virtualizing the hardware. We are doing the virtualization over to the hardware level over there, where we are virtualizing the things like we are virtualizing the CPU as a virtual CPU, memory, storage, networking. Apart from that, if we want to run 10 different virtual machines, then we need to have install the separate operating system on each and every virtual machine. When we are using the container, so the container is something where we are doing the virtualization over to the operating system level, and it will use the files from the host operating system over there. So if I'm talking about this one, Azure Container Instance, so that is a platform as a service offering that runs a container in Azure without need to manage the virtual machine or additional services over there. Apart from that, we are having the Azure Kubernetes services are available. We can use this service in order to orchestrate and manage our containers. So simply we can say that if we want to manage our containers, so we can use the Azure Kubernetes services over there. Let me show you one quick example related to the containers in here. So in my Azure portal, let me search for container. And here I can have the container instances available. Now here you can see I'm having the container instances and container apps. Both options are available. So that is totally up to us that how do we go ahead and utilize the same. So as of now, I'm going to create a container instance. Let me go ahead and create a new one. Here, I want to use the resource group my RG01, and this is my AZ container 001. And here you can see I have selected the East US, and I want to use the default hello world latest, or I can go with the Nginx. And let me go with the networking. And in the networking, let me go with the next, review and create. And here I am having the public networking available onto this container. And once the validation gets done, then we can go ahead and create the container. So we need to wait for 2 or 3 minutes. Then we have a container instance in place. Okay, and once we have the container instance in place, then we can go ahead and test the container. Okay, and now here you can see that we are having that thing available. And let me go to the container, and here you can see my container is an static. If I'm copying up the public IP of my container and let me click paste and go, then I should expect to see the nginx page. Or apart from that, inside the property we can see the status of my containers. Let me go to the container, and inside the container here you can see it is started the pulled, and my container is started. And as of now, this site can't be reached. I am getting in here. That's okay. In the logs or in the connect section, we can see the properties of our container. So the thing is that containers can shut down suddenly. So for managing those containers, what we can do, we can use the Kubernetes service for the same. That's okay. So here you can see inside the connect, we can see the logs. So I'm expecting one nginx page in here because you can see that I have selected the nginx image in here. That's okay. Maybe there's some glitch in here. So that is how we can create the container instances over there. That's fine. Moving ahead and talking about the next thing, that is talking about the Azure function. So if I'm talking about this thing, so Azure function is an event-driven serverless compute thing, which does not require to maintaining a infrastructure like virtual machine or the container. So if we have a piece of code available with us and we need to run that specific code on a specific period of time, on a specific frequency, so for the same we can go ahead and utilize the Azure function. So it will only use the infrastructure when it is running the code. And if the code is not running, then there is no any infrastructure is utilized for the same. So let's jump up to the portal and see that how do we go ahead and create an Azure function. So for checking up the Azure function, we need to search for the function app. And here you can see I'm having the function app available. In the function app option, let me quickly go ahead and click on the create button. Then let me select the resource group RG01. Then I have to provide the name of my function app. So in my case, this is going to be function app 001 Azure, for example. I want to make it unique. Then let me go with the code. Runtime is going to be .NET 3.1 Windows. In the hosting, let me go with that. Next, and let me go with the review and create. And let me create this app. So it is deploying the thing. Okay, so till the time the function app is deploying, please let me know that you all have received your Azure passes. Okay, so how many of you activated your Azure Pass? Not yet. Okay, so after this practical, I'm going to give you all 15 minutes. Please activate your Azure Pass and let me know for the same if you are facing any challenges while activating your pass. Okay, so let me go to the resource in here. And then inside the functions, you can see that we can go ahead and create a specific function. Let me go to the create function. And here I want to use develop in portal. Let me go with the HTTP trigger. And then let me go ahead and create it. So it is creating a function for me. And once I have this function in place, let me select the code plus test option. And inside the code plus test option, let me click on the get function URL. This is going to be the URL. And in this URL, if I'm pasting it up, and here let me type and now here you can see the HTTP trigger function executed successfully. Pass a name in the query or a string in the request for a personalized response. So let me pass the name in here and hit enter again. Run CSX. Okay. So this is how you can see this HTTP trigger executed successfully. If I type only my name in here and hit enter, okay, then it will not work, no problem. So we can only see that it's a blank trigger function. And when I'm running this URL, it says that this trigger function executed successfully. So accordingly, we can go ahead and create different type of functions in here, whether it is related to the storage account, whether it is related to a different one, or we can also create the function from our on-prem Visual Studio and all, and then we can utilize those function in here. So the function is nothing, that is a piece of code. And here you can see we want to use any editor plus core tool option, or you want to use the VS Code, or you want to develop the thing in a portal. So for the same, you can see we are having the different HTTP trigger, time trigger, queue storage trigger, blob storage trigger. So multiple triggers we are having present as a part of the function. That's okay. So now before moving ahead with the comparison in here, please go ahead and activate your Azure sponsorship passes for your lab thing and for your practical if you want to do any practical. Again, I'm sharing the link with you, that is https microsoftazurepass.com, and please do not use your work email. You can create a new Microsoft account, or you can use your existing one which you are having as a personal email account, and you can activate your code into it. So now let's go ahead and activate your Azure passes. And once you are done with that, please let me know so we can go ahead and complete the rest of the session. Okay, so I think everyone has been done with the Azure Pass activation. Please mark your confirmation. Okay, all right. So that's great. And thank you very much for the quick confirmations from your end. Now in this slide, we are comparing about the Azure compute options what we have, like virtual machine, virtual desktop, and the container. So if I'm talking about the virtual machine in here, so that is a cloud-based server that support either Windows or Linux environment. If I'm talking about the virtual desktop, so that is something that will provide a cloud-based personal computer or Windows desktop experience to us. And the container is something with having the lightweight environment and well suited for running the microservices, like we want to test something and we want to run few deployments over there. In the virtual machine, that is useful for lift and shift migrations to the cloud. The virtual desktop can have dedicated applications to connect and use accessible from any modern browser. So for example, if we are having the systems are present inside my organization with 4 gig of RAM and we need to run any software that need at least 32 gig or 16 gig of RAM. So for the same, we can deploy that software over to the Azure Virtual Desktop. And then by using the any modern web browser like Chrome or Edge, we can access those applications and utilize normally over there. And the containers are something that designed for the scalability and reliability through the orchestration. And for the same, we can utilize the Kubernetes services as well. In the virtual machine, we are having the complete operating system package, including the host operating system. In the virtual desktop, we are having the capability for the multi-client login option that will allow the multiple user to log in into the same time into the machine and utilize the resources. When it comes up to the container, so that is something which is having the application and the services are packaged in a container, and that sits on the top of the host operating system. And inside the host operating system, we can run the multiple containers over there. That's okay. Now moving ahead with the next concept. So this is talking about the Azure App Service. So if I'm talking about this one, so the Azure App Service is a fully managed service, and we can say that is a fully managed platform in here that will help us to build, deploy, and scale our web applications quickly. And we can use those web applications with having the capability to the different runtime like .NET Core, Node.js, Java, Python, PHP, and that is a platform as a service offering with enterprise-grade performance, security, and the compliance requirement. So you guys remember when we are discussing the infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and the software as a service thing, then I showed you one demonstration where I have used Azure App Service. So where I'm having only application is available. This time, let me make some changes in here, and let me open up my portal. And I'm closing those tabs as of now. In the My App Service area, let me go ahead and I want to create a new web application in my RG01. And the name of my this web application is going to be AZ class web app 001. Okay, the name is available. In the runtime stack, let me select 3.1 .NET Core. That's okay, or I can select .NET in here, and I want to deploy it into the central US, or I can go with the ESP.NET as well. Then let me go with the review and create. And once we are on that page, let me go ahead and click on the create. So it is deploying web application. That's fine. We can wait till the time the deployment of the web application is in progress. Okay, so now you can see our web app is opened up. And if I click on the go to resource, it is opening up. And here, if I click on the browse, you can see I'm having the demo content available on my this web application. Now, if I want to make some changes into my this web application, then how do I do that? So for the same, I'm opening up the Visual Studio on my computer. So just give me a quick moment. I'm opening it up. And inside the Visual Studio Code, I'm going to create a new project. And I want to create ASP.NET Core Web Application. And or I can select this one. And this is going to be my core web application. Let me go with the next. And this is my web app 006. Let me go with the next option. And I want to set it to this one. Go with the create. Now it is creating my demo application inside my Visual Studio. And now here you can see that I'm having my this application present. If I'm running this application, then it is running up the local deployment. That's okay. And now here you can see this is my demo site, what I am having. Let me copy the local host. Okay, and now here you can see this is the website. And I want to use this website on my Azure portal in here. So for the same, onto my web app, I have downloaded the published profile first. And once I have this published profile in place, then let me go to the Visual Studio and in the publish option. So first of all, let me stop the running. And let me stop the running first. Then I want to add a published profile and I want to import profile. Then click on the next. And then from in here, I am going to browse the published setting, what I have just downloaded from the downloads folder. And this is the published setting. Then let me click on the finish. And here we will be able to see my web app name, that is the class web app 001. Let me click on the publish and it will publishing the web application over to my web app what I have just created. So we need to just wait for a few moments and then we will be able to see the changes into our web app what we have created. Publishing the app and we will be able to see the changes in our application. And here you can see it is adding the different directories and the things. So we can see the publish status into this pane as well. And now once the publish has been done, you can see the website successfully published in here. Let me minimize it and I am going to refresh my web app page. And before I'm getting this page, after publishing the application, if I'm clicking on the browse, then you can see that I'm having my code deployed into my web application. I'm also sharing this link with you on the chat, everyone. You can try to access it and confirm that you are getting the same page. So that is how we can deploy our own code towards the Azure app service what I have. And that is the thing what we have talking about in that specific thing, like Azure App Service. What is Azure App Service? So that is a fully managed platform. If you want to build our application, if we want to code our application quickly, so in that case, what we can do, we can create a web app over to the Azure, and then we can publish our running web application over to the Azure like that. We are having multiple options are present. We can add our custom domain, we can add the certificates for the secure communication. So we can have multiple things are present which we can manage by using the Azure app service in here. And if we want to change the app service plan, so inside the app service plan, you can see what is it. So the app service plan is the capacity or the things like how many CPU we are going to assign to that specific web app, how many memory we are going to assign to that specific web app. And in the app service plan, you can see that we are having development and test where I am having 1 gig of RAM available with 60 minutes per day compute capability. In the production, we are having different another things are present. So we can have different app service plans are available, which we can select according to our requirement. So that is all what we have to discuss into the Azure app service. And it's already 1 p.m. So now we are moving ahead with our lunch break. And we'll see you guys after the lunch break in here after 1 hour. Till the time, enjoy your food, guys. And before moving ahead with the lunch break, just let me know if you guys are having any pending questions from the things what we have discussed so far.
Yeah, Yush, this is Dan. How are you?
Yes, please.
So quick question for you. So I want to create that Azure Pass thing that you recommended with my own email address, correct? with my own
Yes,
personal email address?
but please do not use your work email. Okay, if you have your personal Microsoft account, you can utilize it.
Yeah, I don't believe I have a personal Microsoft account for buying Microsoft software, right?
Okay, so you can activate it, and this is for your practical thing. So I recommend you that you can use a fresh email account, and then you will be fine with that.
So I have to, I mean, so bottom line, I have to kind of create an email account that's independent of my own Gmail account. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And then where would I do? Just create that in Outlook or create that in Gmail or just create that anywhere?
You can click Outlook account. That is more suitable. Okay.
Okay. But like,
Okay.
again, I'm probably the most junior. I'm like a salesperson. I'm not like an
No
IT
problem. No problem. It's all right.
not even remotely. All right. So it's all new to me. So I'll go in. And so I don't know if you want to do this offline off of this system, but I need to create that Outlook account, right?
Yes.
And how would I do that? Smart
Okay.
guy.
For clicking the Outlook account, let me show you. You just go to outlook.com. Just give me a moment.
Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to follow you right now. And again, I'm on the phone with a whole bunch of other smarter people than I am, and that's okay.
No problem. It's all right. Don't worry about it. And then you can simply click on.
So I go to http://outlooklive.com or just what? So.
Or you can make it simpler. You can go to this site, that is Microsoft Azure Pass.com. Okay. And I'm sharing this link with you as well. So you can go to that specific website.
Okay, I'm on that website. All right, cool.
Just click on the start. And then it is on the same screen. Click on the create one.
Okay, hang on. It's just I'm waiting for it to do something
no
here.
problem.
It put on the screen. Microsoft account cannot be used to redeem blah 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 blah. So what do I do? My account.
Okay,
create
please
account?
do one thing. Please share your screen, then I'll help you up. Okay.
All right. How do I do that? All right. So hang on. Let's.
And in your Zoom, you are having the share screen option.
Share screen.
Yes.
Da da da. All right. Great. Share screen, and I'll make it. Can you see my screen now?
It's coming up. Just give me a quick moment.
Right. Ignore all the other stuff on my, and maybe this is
no problem. Okay, so you can do one thing. You can open private mode in private mode, because maybe your any account logged in into your this session. That's why you are having this error. So please
where's private mode?
Please press Control-Shift-N.
Control Shift
N.
And N for Nancy, correct?
Yes.
All right, private browsing, cool.
Yes. Then go to Microsoft Azure Pass.com.
Okay, so Microsoft Azure. Okay.
No, that one. That is the link.
Yeah, back to the link that you gave me in your session, right?
Yes.
And it's wasn't it? Let's get back to here. Isn't it in the chat somewhere? Hold on. Let's forgive me for going slow, but I'm not as fast as you.
No problem.
All right, so here and here. All right, thank you for your patience. So it's that right there, correct? And plug that in right there. I assume that's the correct one. All right, cool. Can you see this still?
Yes, now I can see. Click on the start.
All right. And I'm sharing my screen with the free world, correct? Everyone on this call.
Yes. Click on the create one.
Okay, create one. All right.
Then select get a new email address.
All right. See, none of these ones, right?
No. Type a new one.
Okay, new one right here. So what just I don't know. $2022? Yeah, what the heck, right?
Okay, go with the next.
Next. So this is, and does it care about capitalization at all or not?
No problem, no problem.
Okay, but is it case sensitive at all?
No. It is not case sensitive.
All right, so Dan T man 2011. All right, 2022. That's this year, right?
Huh?
All right.
Okay,
just create that. All right, cool. All right.
Then click your password.
But you won't be able to see it, correct? So that's cool. So
no, I won't see your password.
Yeah, no one can see it, right? So
okay, we can only see it if you put show password. So
yeah, I won't do that. So how about that? Won't do that. All right, that's what it'll be. Nope, don't show it. All right. I'm gonna retype that one more time because I'm kind of stupid. So hold on. Okay, hope I got that right. All right. Okay, country, United States. All right. July. Do you always have to put an accurate age in here? Or no?
No, you can select any date of birth, no problem.
Yeah, I'll just. All right, cool. All right, and then next. Please solve the puzzle.
Yes.
Pick one square to two identical objects. So pick one square that shows two identical objects. All right, got it. Two things that are exactly the same in the square, correct?
Yeah. No. Select
pick one square that shows two identical objects.
Yes. I think yes, this one.
Right here, right with the spades. Yeah, cool. All right. Two identical objects. Blah, 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 blah. All these things are lovely. This right here, that one right there.
Yes.
All right, cool. Hey, this is an intelligence test too. All right. Showing my limitations of knowledge. All right, nope. Dude, where's the one with the identical objects? This car right here.
This one.
Got it. Yep, got it. All right. This is just a trick, dumb people like me.
Yes,
all right,
this
cool.
one.
There we go. All right. And then, all right, there we go.
Yes.
Look at that. I'm passing the IQ test. All right.
This one.
That one right there,
Yes,
although
yes.
it's kind of hanging low. Yeah?
Yes.
It's odd that it made it like that. It should have made it complete.
The
all
last
right.
one.
And the last one is this one right here.
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. So now I know I'm that. I got to remember that I'm Dan T Man 2011 at outlook.com. All right. Of which I will take a photo of right now.
Click on the confirm Microsoft account.
All right. So I'm going to click on that. All right. All right.
And then you have your Azure Pass with you.
Promo code?
Yes, promo code.
It's supposed to be in here, right? Isn't it supposed to be in here somewhere?
Let me share it with you. Please check your check. I have just shared it with you.
Yeah, it was PWM something, right?
No, this is QDGP1 GP like that.
Oh, this baby right here. All right. So this is that. And is that unique to me or unique or for everybody here?
It's to you.
Oh wow, I feel special now. All right. All right. Input. Enter the characters you see. So HD 6P. The
Yes.
best part of this is that it's definitely, thank goodness it manages the colorblind people, because I wouldn't be able to see if they said colors. All right, cool. All right. Of course, like based on all the stuff you did, I don't know what I will be doing with this, but at least I'm smarter this moment than I was before. All right, so Daniel House, that's cool. Okay, will it fill in all the address stuff, all that jazz?
Yes, you can use any address, don't worry.
All right, Daniel R. House, let's change it to 408 398 4878. And you can only call me if you're really cute. All right, 31 medallion. Yeah. And then my wife says I can have a date, which is probably unlikely. All right, she'll kill me. Right. Okay. So California is where I live. Okay. All right. Now I think I got all that right. Blah, blah, blah,
select last 2 checkbox and click on the sign up.
All right. And so this gives me something for a day. All right, cool.
No problem.
All right. Well, thanks for stupid proofing me, because I appreciate stupid. I'm glad I'm not afraid to expose. I used to sit in the front of the room at UCLA on purpose, because I felt like I'm the dumb kid in the class. So I'm sitting in the front row.
No,
and asking lots of questions. Are you satisfied with the sign of experience? Yeah, because I had someone help me. Anything you want to do? No, that was good.
And after some time, you will be redirected to the Azure Portal, okay?
Okay, now I got to go so I go look up this email inside of Microsoft Outlook. I've never done that.
No. Now you go to portal.azure.com every time when you want to do the practical over there. So I'm also sharing the URL with you all, and you can go to that URL if you want to access the Azure Portal, right?
All right, and so you're putting that in the chat right here. Oh, perfect.
Yes.
All right. So now this is just, I never have to do anything, because I'm not going to get any email at this. Am I going to ever get any email at that email address?
But please keep your email what you have just created and password secure with you.
Yeah. Perfect. All right.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. No
I think I'm halfway there. Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, good enough. Have I stopped sharing my screen yet? Yes.
Yes, we don't see it anymore.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. Stupid proof me. Appreciate it.
Hi everyone, just let me know if you all are back from the lunch break so we can go ahead with the session. Please mark your confirmation. Okay, then all right. Thank you very much for the quick confirmations in here. And once again, I welcome you all in the AZ-900 session. Okay, so in this slide, we are going to talk about the Azure Virtual Network. Till now, we have discussed related to the virtual machine, app service, container, and other things. As of now, we are going to talk about the virtual network. So if I'm talking about the network, whatever the thing we are having inside our on-premises. So inside our on-premises, we are using the network in order to connect the different devices what we have. And when it comes up to the Azure, so if we are having multiple Azure resources are there, and we want to communicate between those Azure resources and the internet as well, and as well as if we want to set up a communication with the on-premises network as well. So for the same, we are using Azure Virtual Network over there. And by using the Azure Virtual Network, we are having public endpoint accessible from anywhere on the internet. We can have private endpoint option available that can accessible only within your network. We can have virtual subnets and the segments also available inside that will complete our requirement. We can also have the VNet peering option available, which we can use in order to connect our private network directly together, or also we can create a communication between two different virtual networks as well. That's okay. That is something which is related to the Azure Virtual Network in here. So let's jump up to the portal and see the things related to the Azure Virtual Network. Like how do we verify the currently open port? How do we go ahead and configure the network security group? And how do we configure the HTTP access to the port 80 over there? That's okay. So for the same, I'm going to open up my portal. And here, first of all, let me open it up. And I'm closing these tabs. Here, I'm opening up portal.azure.com. Okay, now inside that portal, here if I'm clicking on these three lines, then I'm having the virtual networks option in place. I can also search the virtual network from the search bar. What the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new virtual network from this end. So let me quickly go ahead and create a new virtual network. And I want to create it into a new resource group. This is my AZ class. This is going to be the name of my resource group. That's okay. It is searching for the name. And I can change it to the AZ class 01 as well. Click a new one. AZ class 01. Okay. And in the name of my virtual network, let me type vnet A. And I want to create this virtual network inside the East West region. That's okay. And here you can see that this is the IP address range what I have, and this is the subnet. if you want to create more subnet, then you can also go ahead and add more subnet into it. So what is the IP address and the subnet? If I'm talking about the IPv4 address space, so that is the entire space in which we are having multiple IP addresses are present. If we want to divide those space into the small groups in here, so for the same, what we can do, we can go ahead and set up a different subnets over there. By default, when we are creating the virtual network, then we have one address space or one subnet available. If we want to utilize more IPv4 address space and the subnet inside our virtual network, so we can add more subnets from in here. Let me reload this page. Okay, let me create a virtual network. And the resource group is going to be AZ class. And the virtual network name is VNet A. Okay, now let me go with the next. Inside the security, if you want to configure the bastion host, so you can configure it. If you want to configure the DDoS protection, then you can enable it. Or also, if you want to configure the firewall for the same network, so you can also enable that option. As of now, I don't want to enable those options. Let me go with the tag and I'm going to click on review and create. So it is running the final validation. Also, it will checking all the settings, whatever the settings I have selected for the VNet creation. And when the validation gets passed, then I can go ahead and create a new virtual network. So in this demonstration, I'm going to create a two different virtual machine, and then I'm going to show you that how do we go ahead and connect those two different virtual machines by using the virtual network in here. That's okay. So now you can see that I have this virtual network in place, that is VNet A. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new virtual machine. And let me go to the virtual machine option. And I want to create this virtual machine in the East US region. And the VM name is going to be GTLVM02. I don't want to make it infrastructure redundant. I want to use Windows 10 Pro in this VM. This is going to be the username, and this one is going to be my password. Let me confirm my password as well. And from in here, I need to select the RDP only. I confirm the license agreement. In the disk, I don't want to make any changes. In the networking area, I want to use the VNet what I have just created, that is my VNet 8. And here you can see that I'm not seeing that specific VNet in place. Okay, so let me again go to the networking. Or for the same, what the else thing I can do, let me make a login in here. And the login is portal.azure.com. And the account is, let me see the account name, AC class GTech01 at outlook.com. Okay, so the account is AZ class GTech01 at outlook.com. Then here I'm going to enter the password of my account. Sometimes it happens that when we just create a resource, so we are not seeing the resource into that portal, we need to make a login again. And then again, I'm trying to create a virtual machine in the VNet A virtual network. So we can have multiple options are present. When we are creating a virtual machine, so it will automatically create a new virtual network. If we want to select the existing one, so we can do that. So this is going to be my GTLVM02 or GTLVM-A, for example. And I don't want to make it infrastructure redundant. Here I'm using Windows 10 Pro as a version. Let me go to the networking first and see that if I'm having my virtual network in place. I am seeing my demo VNet, but I'm not having my VNet A in place. Let me go ahead and see the VNet A. This is in the ESQS region. Okay, no problem. Let me open it up into a new tab because I have just created. So that's why I am having this concern. And I want to use this account AZ class GTech01 at outlook.com. Let me enter the password again. Why I AZ class GTech01 at outlook.com. Why it is asking me for add a phone number? Okay, no problem. Let me add it. Go with the next. Okay, 8364 is the number. What I have received as a OTP. Okay. And I need to enter the code that is 2854-2854-90. Okay, so now I am logged into my account. And from in here, I am going to create a new virtual machine again. Okay, so let me go to the virtual machine option. And here I want to create a virtual machine. And here I have selected my resource group. And let me select the location as East US. In the networking pane, okay, I'm not getting my VNet A. No problem. What I can do, I can create the VM into the demo VNet as well. So let me create the virtual machine into the demo VNet. And in the basic configuration, I'm going to create a VM with name GTL01. And the ESQS region is okay. Don't want to make it infrastructure redundant. And here, let me enter the username. And this is going to be the password. And I confirm with the licensing. Let me go with the review and create. Okay, it is validating the things. And let me click on the create. Okay, so my this deployment for GTL01 virtual machine is in progress. And till the time we can come back to this portal, and here inside the virtual machine pane, you can see that I'm having these virtual machines are present. And let me do one thing inside the view. I want to see the network, virtual network in place. And let me drag the virtual network just after the type. Okay, and here you can see my this web SVR VM is in the demo VNet network. My GTL VM is in the RG01 VNet, and I'm creating one more virtual machine which I am having inside the demo VNet. So my GTL01 and web SVR is in the same virtual network. Let me connect with both of the VM. First of all, I'm connecting with GTL01 VM. Let me connect with it. And here I am going to put up my password. This is the username and this is the password. Okay, so this is the remote session of my GTL01 VM, and another virtual machine I'm having that is my web SVR. Overview, we can see the same virtual network we are using. So let me connect with this VM as well. I'm going to put up the password for my web SVR virtual machine. And here the password is going to be this one. Okay. Now here you can see, let me click on the accept. And this is my web SVR 01. I'm going in here, and for the practical, I'm turning off the firewall into the machine because by default the Windows firewall is blocking the ICMP protocol that is required to check the connectivity between two hosts. And here you can see, if I go to the run command, let me run the CMD, and here I'm typing ipconfig. So in this web SVR VM, I am having this IP address configured 10.0.0.4. Okay. Then let me go ahead into this virtual machine. And inside that, first of all, I'm turning up the firewall. And I'm turning it off. It is not recommended as a best practice, but for the smooth practical, I'm turning off the firewall. Okay, I'm opening up the command prompt, and here you can see the host name. This is my GTL01 virtual machine, and if I'm seeing the IP address of my this VM. So this is going to be 10.0.0.5. If I'm trying to ping WebSVR VM with the ping command 10.0.0.4. And now here you can see I'm getting the reply. Like I will be able to connect with my WebSVR VM. Same as like that, if I'm trying to connect to the GTL01 VM with WebSVR VM, so let me run the ping 10.0.0.5 and I'm getting the reply on the same. Why I'm getting the reply? I'm having the connection between both of the VM because the virtual network for both virtual machines are same. And we are having one more virtual machine is in place. This is my GTL VM. And here you can see this is my GTL VM. I'm also turning off the firewall of this virtual machine. So let me go to the firewall.cpl and let me turn off the firewall for my GTL VM as well. And let me go ahead and I'm going to open up the command prompt in here and let me search for the IP config. First of all, I'm searching for the host name. So this is my GTL VM and here I'm searching for the IP config. So in that case, you can see I'm having 10.104 IP present. And if I'm trying to ping 10.0.0.4, then I'm getting request timed out and I won't be able to connect with my demo VNet VM. The reason behind this is that because my GTL VM is in the different virtual network. So how do we go ahead and set up a communication between two different virtual networks what we have? So we can go inside the virtual network and I need to create a setup between my demo VNet and RG01 VNet. So you can select any one of them and when you select on the left hand side, you will see one option for the peering and I'm going to add a peering and this peering is for demo VNet to RG VNet and here I'm selecting the peering link name. So here I'm typing RG VNet to demo VNet and here I'm selecting my virtual network. So this is going to be my RG VNet and let me click on the add. Once I add the peering, so here you can see inside my demo VNet, I am having this VNet peering is in updating state and it is automatically created into my RG01 VNet and it is also in the updating state. When we have this peering status is connected, then my GTL VM is able to access to the virtual machines. Those are part of my demo VNet. So that concept is known as a VNet pairing. And now here you can see the pairings are connected. Let me refresh this one as well. And this is connected. I'm again moving back to my GTL VM. And here you can see if I run this command again, I'm getting the response from the same. Is this thing is clear to everyone that how VNet pairing works? Okay, now let me do one more thing. If I'm opening up my newly created virtual machine GTL01 and I am going to install the web server into it. So let me open up optional features. And from in here, I want to install the IIS service. So it is installing the Internet Information Service on my GTL01 virtual machine, what I have just created. And I'm sharing the public IP of my this virtual machine into the chat box. Please try to access the same and let me know if you guys are able to access the web server and you guys are seeing the IIS page on your end. So when it gets completed, then I'm sharing the IP address on the chat with you. So please try to access the same and confirm me whether you guys can have access over it or not. Okay, so this is the IP address of the virtual machine and please try to access it and let me know if you guys can see the IIS screen on your end. Okay, let me run the same onto my browser as well. And then here you can see that I'm not able to access the same. What is the reason behind that? The reason is that if I'm moving ahead into the network security group of my GTL01 VM, so inside my GTL01 VM, here if I'm selecting the networking option, so inside the networking, you will see one thing that there is no any HTTP rule is present. That's why I will not be able to access the website, and Bill, you are also not able to access the same. Thank you for the confirmation. So here I am going to add a new rule, and this rule is for HTTP, and let me add it. Same as like that, what we can do if we are using the secure connections, so we can set up the HTTP rule over there with the another priority. And let me add it over here. In a few moments, I am having these two rules are present into my network security group. Once we are having all the network security groups in place related to the allow connection for HTTP or allow connection for HTTPS, then we will be able to access the IIS on the same. So now here you can see I'm having those rules are available. Important thing is that whenever you are updating the rule inside the network security group, sometimes it could take 5 to 10 minutes in order to reflect the changes. And then after you will be able to access the specific thing. So now here I'm closing up this portal and let me copy up the public IP address of this VM once again. And here I'm going to use this incognito tab and let me go with paste and go. Now you can see that I'm having the access to IIS services. And again, if you are guys are trying to access the same, you will be able to access the internet information services as well. Means you are able to access the website. So that is how we can utilize the network security group, what is mentioned into that specific walkthrough. So is this thing is clear to everyone? That's fine. So moving ahead with the next concept that is talking about different networking services what we have as a part of Azure Virtual Network. So as a part of Azure Virtual Network, we are having the virtual private network gateway also present. VPN gateways are also present. So what the VPN are? So the Azure VPN uses the encrypted tunnel within another network. That's okay. And if I'm talking about the VPN gateway in Azure, so that is a gateway instance that are deployed into the dedicated subnet of the virtual network what we are having. And then we can connect our on-premises location or on-premises data center to the virtual network through a site-to-site connection. We can connect the individual devices to the individual network through a point-to-site connection as well. And by using the VPN gateway, we can also connect the virtual network to another virtual network through a network-to-network connection. And after configuring the VPN gateway, all data transfer is encrypted inside a private tunnel. As it crosses the internet, you can deploy only one VPN gateway in each virtual network. However, you can use one gateway to connect to multiple locations, which include another virtual network or different on-premises data centers over there. That's okay. And here you can see we are having the Azure VPN gateway that is using IPsec IKE S2S VPN tunneling protocol, and that will connecting our on-premises local site to the Azure virtual network. So that is something which we have to discuss in here. If I'm talking about the another network service where we are talking about the express route in here, Express Route is a service that helps you to extend your on-premises network into Azure over a private connection, and that is facilitated by your connectivity provider over there. And this connection is called an Express Route circuit with Express Route. We can configure and establish the connection to Microsoft Cloud services such as Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365. And this will allow you to connect Office data center or other facilities to the Microsoft Cloud. Each location would have its own express circuit route available. If I'm talking about the features and the benefit of using the express route, so we can have the connectivity to Microsoft Cloud service across all the region in a geopolitical region. We can have global connectivity to Microsoft services across all the regions with express route global reach. We want to set up a dynamic routing between our network and Microsoft. So we can do the same by using the Portal Gateway Protocol. We can also have the built-in redundancy available in every peering location for higher reliability over there. That's okay. Then we have a next concept related to the networking, which we need to discuss in here. That is going to be a Azure DNS. So first of all, we need to know the DNS. So DNS is a domain name system which is used to convert our IP address to the name and name into the IP addresses over there. So if I'm talking about the Azure DNS, so that is a hosting service for DNS domain that provide the name resolution by using the Microsoft Azure infrastructure over there. By hosting your domains in Azure, you can manage your own DNS record using the same credentials, APIs, tools, and billing as your other Azure services. So if you are using the Azure DNS, then it is giving you the high performance, it is secure, you can customize it according to the virtual network, and you can set up the different type of alias record into it. Apart from that, when we are talking about the different other benefits of the same, so we can also have the public and private DNS option available when we want to configure the DNS for the Microsoft Azure in here. That's okay. So that is all about that specific virtual network lesson in here. Before I move ahead and talk about the Azure storage in here, please let me know everyone if you are having pending question from the network section. So we can discuss that thing and then we can continue with the storage service option what we have. All right. So let's just talk about the Azure storage in here. So when we are creating an Azure storage account, it will having one account, one place where we can store our data. We can put our data into a secure manner, and our data is highly available to us, durable, and also it is scalable. So whenever we are creating a storage account, we need to pick the storage account first, and that type of storage account determine how we are going to utilize the storage service and what are the redundancy options and has an impact of the use case. So that's okay. We can have multiple options are present when we are creating a storage account. So that is thing. And the consideration which we need to know whenever we are creating a storage account, we must have to put a globally unique name for our storage account. If it is duplicate, then it will not work. It will also provide over the high internet access worldwide. And we can determine the storage services and the different redundancy options accordingly as well. Like we are having the locally redundant storage option available. We are having the geo redundant storage options available. We are having the access geo redundant storage option. We have a zone redundant option access option available or storage option available. We have geo zone redundant option available. So we can have multiple redundancy options are available and we can select it accordingly. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the redundancy in here, if you are having the locally redundancy configuration with you, then it will having the single data center deployment into the primary region, and it will give you the durability to the 11.9 till the 11.19s over there. And if I'm talking about the zone redundant storage, so this will having the 3 availability zone in the primary region, and it will give you the 12.9 durability on the same. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the geo redundant storage, so in that one, it is having the single data center in the primary and secondary region, and it will give us 16.9 durability. And at the end, if I'm talking about the zero zone redundant storage, so it is having 3 availability zone in primary region and the single data center into the secondary region over there. And it will also give us the 16.9 durability in order to configuring the availability thing. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the different Azure services, so we can have container present as a type of Azure service where we can put up our unstructured data like text, audio, video file, or any data what we are having. Then we have a disk storage is present where we are having the disk for our virtual machine, applications, and the other services to access and use those specific disks. We can.
By the way, apologize. I got a back question, Ayush. You know, when you talked about availability zones and 5 nines, it feels like it gets better and better in terms of redundancy. And so what does that mean? That you know, on the first level, I always think that my data is the most pure and it's the most highly, you know, 5 nines, 10 nines, 11 nines of availability. or stability. But
Yes.
then you're seeing that it's even more, we have more higher redundancy because we're backing up everything of everybody's
Yes,
everything at
and,
the geo zone
and
point.
that data is also highly available. So just wait for a few more moments. Let me complete with the topic.
Okay.
And when I'm
Okay.
on the demonstration, then I'll explain it to you.
Okay, thanks. Because it just it seems like the closer you are to the outage, you have the highest availability, and then
Okay.
as you get further
Okay.
and further away, it gets
No,
less.
no
something.
problem.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Now let's go ahead on the storage services. And we are also having the Azure files present, which we can set up for the highly available network file share that can be accessed by using the standard SMB protocol. Means that, for example, if I'm having multiple computers are present in my local environment and we want to share some files between those computers. So what I can do, I can put all those files inside of one folder, and then I can share like a specific folder. That is a local environment setup what we are having. So if I am having the workload present over to the Azure and we are having different virtual machines are present and we want to utilize the central storage files for the same, then we can go ahead and utilize the Azure files over there. Then it is talking about the different public endpoints in here. So now let me go back to the portal and show you the things. Is there any context for Azure files? Yes, we can utilize the Azure files and we can mount it according to the drive in our system. Okay, so but by using the SharePoint share, we cannot mount those shares as a disk in our system. Okay, so let me explain all the things to you. Here in my portal, if I am searching for the storage account in here, so as of now, I'm having these two storage accounts are there. Let me go ahead and create a new storage account first. And whenever we are creating a storage account, we need to provide the subscription detail. Then we need to provide the resource group name. So let me create a new one. And this is going to be, or I can put it into the demo resource group. And the name of my storage account is going to be Azure Store 001. And I want to deploy it into the East US region. And here you can see this name is already taken. Your storage account name should be globally unique. Okay, December 2022. Okay, AZ is store DEC class case unique. Then now here you can see if I'm selecting the redundancy option. Then inside the LRS you can see lowest cost option with basic protection against server lag and drive failure. Okay. I'm talking about the geo-redundant storage, that is the intermediate option with the failover capabilities in the secondary region and recommended for the backup scenario. So if we are selecting the GRS, then it will replicate the another copy of this storage account into the secondary region as well. And we have a ZRS option available. So if I'm having the ZRS option enabled into the storage account, then it will create the different copies into the different availability zone what we are having inside the specific region. So that is how it makes our data more highly available to us. So now the thing is clear to you, Daniel.
And I assume that every level it's even more expensive because you're basically replicating their content to multiple locations. Got it.
If we are selecting the LRS, then the cost is less. If we are going with the GRS, geo redundant storage, and that one, then it will cost us more.
Yeah, appreciate that. The question that the customers always have is, they want their stuff backed up in their region and as far away as possible to give them success if they had a storm, right? A major outage that their data would be located in this other location, right?
Right.
And available.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
No problem. Let's go with the advanced setting. And from in here, you can select the version. And if you want to make any changes into blob storage setting. So as of now, I don't want to make any changes in here. Just go with the networking option. I want to enable the public access for my storage account. Inside the data protection, if you want to enable or disable the soft delete for the blob, so you can select those options from in here. If you want to set up the encryption, so you can set up the encryption. By default, it is set up to the Microsoft managed key. If you want to go with the customer managed key, then you can use your own keys for the same. And you can store your keys and create your keys in the key vault. So that was a different thing. So let me go ahead with the default encryption in the tags, and let me go with the review option. And then here I'm going to create a storage account. So once I'm having my storage account in place, then I'm going ahead and creating a different container and other things into it. And also I'm sharing one image onto the chat for your reference as well. Okay, maybe it is not allowing me to share that thing. Okay, let me show you the thing. So here you can see this is the locally redundant storage, and this is going to be the zero redundant storage. And this is having the third one. Accordingly, you guys can differentiate between all of them. So here you can see we are having the single availability zone inside the single region. In the ZRS, we are having the replication copy in the multiple availability zone, and into the zero zone redundant storage, we are having the same replication into the another region as well. That's fine. And now here you can see that we are having our storage account in place. In the container, let me go ahead and create a new container. And the name of my container is going to be ABC. And here, let me go to the create option. And you can see that I'm having the container available. And inside our container, I'm going to upload some data. So this is a simply text file. Let me select this one and click on the upload. So here I have uploaded the class info.txt file into it. If I'm trying to open it up and copy the access link and I'm pasting the link in here, then you can see that I'm having this error. And the error is resource not found. I'm also sharing this link with you all. You can also check on your end. Please copy the entire link. And then you will be able to see that you are having the same error, resource not found. But technically, we can see the resource is present into the specific container ABC what I have just created. So why I am having this issue? Because inside my container, here you can see one option for the change access level. And if I'm selecting the change access level option to the blob level or the container level, then I will be able to access my file, because as of now it is set to the private, no anonymous access. So let me set it to this one and click on the OK. And once the changes has been successful, then after you can see that we will be able to see that specific data, what the data we are having into the class info txt file. So this is the use of container in the storage account. Let me go ahead and I'm going to quickly create a new file share. And I am going to create a new file share, and the name of my file share is going to be AZ file share. And let me go ahead and click on the create. And once I am having this file share in place, then let me click on the connect. And inside the connect, before that, I'm going to create some folder. So this is my demo folder is in here. And let me click on the connect. And from in here, I'm going to show the script. Let me copy this script. And here you can see that I'm having these virtual machines are present. I'm going to run the script onto my one of virtual machine in order to connect the file share with that specific VM. And then you can see it is testing the connection. And you can see my file is attached, my container, sorry, file share is attached. And now here you can see I will be able to see my file share as a network location. And if I'm going to create any file inside that, for example, I'm going to create a new text file into it. Hello class, and this is a test document. Let me save this. I'm closing it up, and then I'm going to use any other virtual machine. And here I'm opening up the PowerShell, and I'm connecting with my file share, what I'm having. And it is waiting for the response. And this name is already in use. So what the next thing we can do, because the Z drive letter is already is in use, so we can go ahead and we can select any other drive letter, and then we can copy the specific script again, and then we can run that script into my another machine. Okay. And now here you can see inside my this VM, I'm also having my file share and data available. And same thing we can verify from our portal as well. If we are opening up this portal, then here you can see we are having this hello class text file available. Apart from that, if I'm copying up this URL, and let me go back to my presentation, and here you can see that I'm having these service endpoint URLs are available. So let me paste one URL in here, and one more URL I would like to paste in here, and that is from my container. So from my container in here, I am going to select the specific file what I have. Let me copy the link And then you can see that I am having another link available into it. And let me come back to the presentation. Now here you can see if I'm comparing the same with the public endpoint URL. So I am talking about the blob storage and the container and file. So here you can see first of all I'm having the HTTPS. Then we are having the storage account name. In my case, the storage account name is AZ-store JEC class. Then which type of service we are using. So if we are using the blob storage, then my URL is blob.corewindows.net. If I'm using the Azure files, then my URL is filecore.core.windows.tech. So in my files, I'm having file.core.windows.tech. Then we are having the name of my file share and the file. And in the blob, we are having the name of my container and the file. So that is the endpoint URL. And same as like that, we are having the different endpoint URLs are available for the data lake storage, queue storage, and the table storage. So is this thing is clear to everyone?
Hey, Yush, did you see the question? Azure, I don't know if you covered our Azure files versus SharePoint files. One side is just SMB files. The other side is these object pools, which could be video and audio and all that sort of stuff. So can you speak to that? Is there an advantage for Azure files versus SharePoint file shares?
Yes, I just told you, you cannot mount your SharePoint shares into your Windows as a SMB, correct? For example, if we want to use those things and we want to connect it as a network location, then we cannot use those shares. We can have those sharing link available. We can share the link with the users. We can save the data over to the SharePoint, but we cannot have that SMB capability available into the SharePoint share. So that is the advantage of using the Azure files over there, right? There are different type of workloads, right? If we want to work
that totally
makes
sense to me. That makes sense to me.
Okay, no problem. Okay, then here you can see we are having the different access tiers are available. So we can have 3 different access tiers are present, and we can switch between these access tiers anytime when we want. So if I'm talking about these access tiers in here, so we can have hot access tier, cool access tier, and archive access tier. By default, when you are storing the data into the Azure storage blob or in the container, then it will stored as a in hot access tier. If you want to store your data for at least 30 days, then what you can do, you can go ahead and store your data and change your data tier into the cool. So in the hot, you are having the frequent data write back option available, and that is the most costly. In the cool, you are having the less amount of payment you need to give according to the data. And when we are talking the archive, so that is useful when we are storing our data at least for 180 days with the flexible latency requirement. But the important thing is that if we are having our data present into the hot tier and the cool tier, then we can access our data normally. But if we are having our data in the archive tier, then we cannot access our data till the time we are rehydrating our data. And rehydrating the data could take some time, and it is also a chargeable thing. So let me go back in here, and in my portal, you can see that as of now, my data tier is hot infrared as the access tier. I want to change the access tier of my blob. So let me select it. And here you can see the option for the change tier. So I can change the access tier from hot to cool. And now here you can see the access tier is changed for my blob, and still I will be able to access that specific data. Apart from that, if I'm selecting my blob again, and let me change the tier of my that data to the archive, and then let me click, and here you can see checking the access tier to archive will make your blob inaccessible until it is rehydrated back to hot or cool, which may take several hours, that is depending on the data. So now you can see the access tier of my data is set to the archive, and as of now, if I'm trying to refresh my page, or let me copy the link, and I want to open this link into the another browser. Into this browser, let me go ahead and paste can go. And then you can see the blob is archived, and this operation is not permitted on an archive blob. So that is the error we are seeing in the thing. If we go ahead and we want to change the access tier from archive to hot and cool, then here you can see we need to select the rehydration policy. So if we are selecting the standard, so it could take several hours to complete. And if we are selecting the high, then it will actively change the tier of my data, but it is a chargeable service. But it still, it may take some time according to the size of the file, whatever the size of the file you are storing into the Azure Blob storage. So these all are the different access tiers what we have present as a part of Azure storage in here. Moving ahead.
Is there
Mhm.
auto tiering? So in an information lifecycle management flow,
Yes.
is there like an auto
Yes,
shift?
let me show you. Here you
Okay.
can see if we are on our storage account, then here we are having the option lifecycle management present. Okay, and
Perfect.
we can go ahead and create a rule for the same.
Nice.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. And there is a short demonstration for creating a storage account, creating a blob container, and uploading and accessing a blob. So we already seen these three things as well, like how do we create a storage account, how do we go ahead create a blob container, and also how do we go ahead and upload and access the blob for the same. So that is all what we have to discuss in here related to the in this section. Apart from that, we are having the another concept are present, and that is related to the Azure Migrate. So let's just take a look to the Azure Migrate, that what is the Azure Migrate. So this is the service which is provided by the Microsoft Azure, and that will help the user to migrate the on-premises environment over to the cloud. And the Azure Migrate function help you to manage the assessment and the migration of your on-premises data center to Azure. And in that case, we are having two different type of things are available, or three different type of things are available. We can see like the first one, that is unified migration platform, range of integrated and standalone tool, assessment and migration. So in the unified migration platform, it is a single portal to start, run and track your migration to Azure. In the range of tools, we are having a range of tools for assessment and migration. And Azure Migrate tool include the Azure Migrate, Discovery and Assessment, and Azure Migrate related tool available. In the assessment and migration, we are having the Migrate Hub, and by using that tool, you can access and migrate your on-premises infrastructure to the Azure over there. And then we have an Azure data box also in place. So if we want to move the large amount of data in a quick or reliable way and in a secure way, so for the same we are using the Azure data box. And Azure data box is a physical migration service that will help us to manage those things. So it can store up to 80 terabyte of data, and this will move your disaster recovery backups to the Azure. It will protect your data. In worst case, during changes, it can also migrate the data out of Azure for compliance and regulatory need. It can migrate the data to Azure from remote location with limited or no connectivity as well. So for the same work you need to do, you can order the DataBox device via the Azure Portal to import or export the data from Azure. And once you have your device with you, you can quickly set it up by using your local web UI, and then you can connect the device into your network. And once you are done with the transferring your data, then you can simply return the data box to the Azure over there. And once you return the device to the Azure, then the Azure automatically upload the data to the Microsoft servers over there. So these all are the things what we can have as a part of Azure data box in here. Then we have a file management option also present. So if we are having the storage account access, so we can have different things are available. We can use the AZ copy tool in order to manage our blobs, file shares, and the things. And AZ copy is the command line utility which we can utilize, and that is having the one direction synchronization. Apart from that, if we want to use a tool, if we want to use a graphical user interface for the same, so we can go ahead and use the Azure Storage Explorer, and that tool is compatible with the Windows, macOS, and Linux operating system. This tool also uses the AZ copy to handle the file operations, but by using the Azure Storage Explorer tool, you can use the things, you can move the data by using the graphical interface over there. Then we are having the Azure file sync option present. So we can use that specific option if we want to synchronize the Microsoft Azure and on-premises files into a bidirectional manner. And inside the Azure file sync, we are having the cloud tiering options available that will keep the frequently accessed file local while we are freeing up the space. And we can install and resync the failed local server, and that will give us the rapid reprovisioning over there. So these all are the different file sync methods which do we have available in here. That's okay. So that is all about what we have to discuss in the terms of the Azure storage in here. So if you guys are having any question for the same, so just let me know. Otherwise, we can go ahead with the identity access and security related thing. Okay, all right. Thank you for the quick confirmations in here. Now, I'm moving ahead with the next concept that is talking about identity, access, and security. And in that case, we are going to discuss about the Azure Active Directory. What are the different authentication methods, what we have present into the Azure Active Directory, like single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, and passwordless sign-in. What are the external identities and what is the guest access in Azure Active Directory? We are also going to discuss the Azure AD conditional access and role-based access control. Then we are going to talk about the zero trust defense in depth model and the purpose of Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So these all are the things what we are going to discuss in that specific lesson. So let's jump up to the very first concept what we need to discuss in here, that is Azure Active Directory. If we want to manage our identities, if we want to manage our users, if we want to manage our groups, licensing related things, then for all the things, which we want to manage related to the user management, identity management, and the group management in Azure. So for the same, we are using the Azure Active Directory. So we can say that the Azure Active Directory is an identity service provider that is provided by the Microsoft, and we can use that specific thing as a central identity provider for the different products and the services what we are having in the Microsoft, like Microsoft Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, Office 365. So for all of these different portals, if we want to manage the users for the same, then we can go ahead and utilize the Azure Active Directory over there. That's okay. So if I'm talking about the different services, what we are having as a part of Azure Active Directory. So by using the Azure Active Directory, we can have the different options are available like authentication. Authentication means that when someone is trying to access any resource or the application which is associated to my organization, so user must have to authenticate itself that I am the authentic person who is trying to access the resource and the application inside your organization. Apart from that, we can have another option present, another service present into the management of Azure Active Directory. That is a single sign-on, and it will enable a user to sign in one time and use the credential to access multiple resources and application from the different providers. So for the single sign-on to work, we can have the different application and the providers must trust the essential or initial authenticator. So for example, if my user is utilizing the Office 365, if my user is utilizing the Azure Portal, if my user is working with the Power Platform as well, then if user is using a common ID for all of these platform access, then all of the authentication is trustable over to the Microsoft Azure Active Directory. So same as like that, we are having those options are present when we are talking about the Azure Active Directory single sign-on capability. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the application management, so by using the Azure Active Directory, we can go ahead and manage the different applications as well. Same as like that, when we are talking about the managing identity, so we can create users into the Azure Active Directory. We can create groups in Azure Active Directory. We can manage the same, as well as if we want to invite the guest users, so we can also invite the guest users inside our Azure Active Directory. So for example, this is my company ABC, and inside my company ABC, I'm having 4 users are present, and I'm dealing with another company that is XYZ. And in that company, they are having 2 different users, and they need to access the resource of my company ABC. So instead of creating those 2 new users in my ABC company, what I can do, I can invite those users into my company, and they will be able to access the resources of my company by using their existing credentials what they have. So we are having 2 different type of communication methods are available. The first one that is known as a business to business, and the next one that is known as a business to customer. So this scenario is known as a business to business, where we are having 2 different organizations and we are accessing the services and inviting the users. If I'm talking about the business to customer identity service, so in that case, the customer is utilizing their existing ID like Facebook ID or Gmail ID in order to make a login inside our organization. So that is known as a business to customer related thing. Apart from that, if we want to manage the devices by using the Azure Active Directory, so we can also go ahead and manage the devices by using the Azure Active Directory over there. So by using the Azure Active Directory, we can have those capabilities are available to manage the devices. Then we have Azure Active Directory domain services in place, and we can use the Azure Active Directory domain services for those scenarios where we need to use the authentication. For example, in our on-premises scenarios, we are having the Active Directory domain services, which we are using in order to manage our computers, shares, network, groups, users inside the specific network inside the single organization. And that is using the Kerberos authentication protocol for the authentication related thing. When it comes up to the Azure Active Directory, so it is using the another different protocols from the Active Directory domain service. So for example, in my environment, I'm having some legacy applications that can't use the modern authentication standard, and they are synced with the Azure Active Directory. So for providing the authentication to those applications, what we can do, we can go ahead and deploy the Azure Active Directory domain services. So please don't be confused. Azure Active Directory and Azure Active Directory Domain Services both are the different thing. The Azure Active Directory is the identity provider provided by the Microsoft, and Azure Active Directory Domain Services, Azure ADDS, is a service which is provided by the Azure in order to run our legacy applications. Those are not utilizing the modern authentication over there. Next, okay. Now moving ahead and talking about the authentication and the authorization. So we can have a simple or quick example for the same. For example, I'm having this home available, and inside my home, I'm having 1, 2, 3, 4 different rooms are available. And I have 4 different keys for my 4 room. Okay. And after that, I'm having the main gate key of my this room. And in that main gate key, I'm only having 1 key for my main gate. And here I'm having 2 users, user A and user B. To user A, I have given the main gate key, but I'm not giving any of my room key to the user A. In the user B or to the user B, sorry, I am giving the main gate key to the user, and also I am giving the room number 4 or 3 key to that specific user. So when user A goes to the home, then user is authenticated. The user A can enter inside the room because user A has the specific main gate key. But inside the room, user A is not authorized to access the different rooms what I have. However, when user B goes to the home, then first of all, it will open the main gate. It means it is authenticating itself like, yes, I am the correct one who is capable to enter inside the home, and then after user B can have access to the room number 4 and the 3 as that user is having that key available. So that is the authorization over there. So that is the basic example. Now understand the same thing into the technical terms in here. So whenever we are providing our authentication to the any to any organization in order to access the resource and the service from that specific organization. So in that case, first of all, we are authenticating ourselves that yes, we are the correct one who are going to access that specific service in your organization. Once we are done with our authentication, then company is seeking for the authorization, like how much authorized you are in order to do which work inside the specific group. So that is the authorization. And I hope the authentication and authorization is clear to everyone. Please let me know once so I can continue with the session. All right. Thank you very much for the quick confirmation in here. Now let's go ahead and just talk about the multi-factor authentication. So that is also a really very good thing, very good feature which is provided by the Microsoft Azure Active Directory, and we must have to utilize the multi-factor authentication. So it says that, for example, if you are trying to access any service inside your organization, then how you are going to provide that you are the authenticated one? The answer comes up by using my username and the password. That's okay. This is very good thing. You are proved yourself as authenticated. For example, this user ID and password is belongs to the user X, and user Y is having their details available, and user Y goes to the system and put that username and password inside the system. Then user Y has access to the data, whatever the data is related to the user X. So by having only the user ID and the password, we are having it into the risk. So what multi-factor authentication does, it will force you to provide your authentication again and again, provide your authenticity that yes, you are the correct one who is trying to access the specific resource. So once you are done with your first factor authentication by entering your username and the password, then after you need to give your another attempt in which you are having that something you know. In that case, you are having your username and password, then something you possess. In that stage, you can have your mobile phone available where you are receiving the OTP code. You can have the application available where you are getting the login codes over there. You can have a security keys available. Then you have an option for something you are. It means that inside the something you are, it could have your biometric data, it could have your retina scan and all. So these all are the different multi-factor authentications which you can set up in order to secure your access over there. So if someone is having your username and password, then after he cannot access your data till the time if you are not re-authenticating yourself that yes, I am the correct one who is trying to access the specific thing. So that is the multi-factor authentication. That's okay. Before moving ahead with that specific concept, let me jump up to the portal and show you that how do we go ahead and configure the multi-factor authentication over there. So here I'm opening up my portal, and in my Azure Active Directory, let me go to the users, and inside my user, let me go ahead and create a new user because inside my this system, I'm not having any user is present. So this is going to be my demo user, and the name of my this user is going to be demo user. Okay, and I want to create a password for that specific user. And let me go with the create option. So now here you can see that I am having one more user in place. And in a few moments, we will be able to see the demo user in here. Let me copy the user principal name of this user. And I want to enable the multi-factor authentication on my demo user. So let me select this user, or here you can see that I'm having the per user MFA option present. Let me open it up. And then I want to apply the MFA to my demo user. As of now, the status of multi-factor authentication is disabled. When I enable that option, then it is going to be enabled. And when users completed the multi-factor authentication, then it is going to be enforced. So let me go ahead and manage the user setting. Selecting that option requires selected user to provide the contact method again. And let me go with the save button. And the settings are updated successfully. Now I am opening up my another browser. Let me open it up once again. And then I am going to access Azure Portal with my demo user. So here I am opening up portal.azure.com with my demo user. And here I am putting up the password what I have created. And inside that here, you can see that I need to give the additional information as I have enabled the multi-factor authentication into that account. Let me go with the next. And then I want to use a different method. I want to use the phone number for the authentication. Here, let me select my country region. And from in here, I'm going to put up my phone number. Let me go with the enter. And I'm expecting one OTP code on my mobile phone. What I need to enter into the portal in order to complete the process. Let me correct the number. The number is incorrect, 85760. And this one is the correct one. Okay, and the verification code is 712808. 712808. And let me go with the next. And then now here you can see SMS verified. Your phone was registered successfully. Let me go with the gun. Now I need to enter the current password, as the current password is the temporary password while we are clicking the user. So let me enter the new password in here. Let me reconfirm the new password. And now you can see that when I'm making a sign in, so I have changed the specific password. Let me close it. And again, I'm opening up the private window in here. And then I'm trying to access the Azure portal with my demo user. So this is the demo user. And let me put up my password. And then here you can see, once I'm done with the first factor authentication with the username and password, then I need to again verify my identity by entering the code, whatever the code I'm receiving on my mobile phone. So as of now, that is 560613. And when then I click on the verify, then I will be able to access the Azure portal with the demo user. So this is the multi-factor authentication. So is this thing is clear to everyone that what is the multi-factor authentication and how do we implement it? Apart from that, let me show you one more thing, and that is related to the role-based access control. So if I'm talking about the role-based access control, so we are providing the access to the user. Let me go to the subscription, and inside the subscription here you can see I'm having this active subscription available. And for example, I want to give this subscription access to any one of the user in my organization. Then inside the IAM blade, here you can see that I'm having the role assignment option available. And inside the role assignment option, I can go ahead and add a role assignment. And let me add the role assignment for the owner level. And I want to assign that a specific role to my demo user. Let me select it. Let me go with the review and assign. So that is the another thing what I'm trying to tell you, that is role-based access control. And once I have assigned the role to my demo user, let me go here and refresh the page. And now you can see inside the subscription, demo user is having the specified owner role available, and then my demo user is able to create any resource inside the Azure portal because I have provided the owner level access to my demo user. So that is the example for the role-based access control over there. So I have show you the two different things, the multi-factor authentication and the role-based access control. Is it clear to everyone? Please mark your confirmation. All right, that's okay. Now, let me come back to the presentation, and it is talking about the external identities. So as I told you, when we are inviting the external identities inside our organization, then that is known as a business-to-business collaboration, where we are collaborating with the partners, vendors, suppliers, and the another companies over there. Moving ahead and talking about the business-to-customer identity, to where we are having the sign up and sign in flows available by utilizing the custom policy by using the custom things over there, like sign up with the Google, sign up with the Facebook, sign in with the Google, sign in with the Facebook. So those things are known as a business to customer type external identities over there. That's fine. Now moving ahead and talking about the next concept, that is the conditional access. So if I am talking about this one, that is the conditional access in here. So conditional access is something which is used to give you the access or block your access based on the different conditions what we have. So for example, if you are trying to access any application and the data for the specific organization with the specific device, or you want to try the same thing by using the specific user or location by using the specific application, so accordingly the conditional access policy will get the access, get the signal from all the sources, and accordingly it will allow or block your access, as well as accordingly it will require the additional level of authentication for you, and then it will provide you the access for the same. So now for the same, let me show you one more thing in here. In my browser, I'm going to create a new user again. So let me go to the Azure Active Directory. And inside that, in the users, let me go ahead and create a new user. And this time I want to create a user. And the name of my user is going to be John, for example. Let me create the password for my user. And I'm going to create this user. Okay, so now you can see that my user John is created, and in a few moments, I will be able to see that user in here. And here I am having my user John present. Let me copy the user principal name and I'm going to test the login of my this user. So here I am opening up portal.azure.com and this is the user principal name for my user John. Let me enter the temporary password what I have created while I'm creating the user. Then it is asking me to change the current password as per the policy. So let me change it. Okay, let me re-enter the password. And here we go. You can see that user John is able to sign into the Azure portal normally without having any issue. But now what the next thing I'm going to do, let me go to the Azure Active Directory and I'm going to implement the conditional access policy. Inside that section, here I am going to the properties first, because if you want to implement the conditional access policy, then first of all, you need to turn off the managed security default. So if it is turned on, then you cannot be enable the conditional access policy. So once I have disabled the managing security default, then you can go to the security. And inside the security, here you can see you are having the conditional access option present. Before that, let me go ahead and create a new named location from my location India. And here I am creating a new location, India. And let me select for the specific country. Let me go with the create. And now you can see that I am having this named location is in place. Now, what the next thing I am going to do, I'm going to create a conditional access policy for my user John. And the policy is going to be, okay, so in this one, I'm not having the premium trial activated, no problem. Let me use the another account what I have. Okay, just give me a quick moment. Actually, on my that specific account, I have not enabled the Azure Active Directory Premium P2 license. And for configuring the conditional access policy, it is required to having the Azure AD Premium P2 license available with you. That's why I'm using the another account, and inside my this account I am having the premium P2 license enabled. Okay, so let me quickly go to the user, and here I'm going to create a new user with the same name. Let me put up the name, and this is going to be the full name. In the password, let me set up the password for the user, and let me go ahead and create user John. Now I'm having my user John is in place. Let me copy the user principal name, and then I'm going to configure the conditional access policy. So inside the property, I need to disable the manage security default into this account as well. Let me set it to the no. I'm going to use the conditional access policy. Then in the security option in Azure Active Directory, I am going to set up a new named location. And then I'm going to create a new location in here. And the location is going to be India. And inside the country, let me search for the same. Let me click on the create. And once I'm having that location available in the conditional access policy, let me create a new policy. And the name of my policy is block John access from India location. In the user and the workload, I want to select the specific user, and I have selected the John. In the cloud apps or action, I want to block all cloud app access for the John. Inside the condition, I'm selecting that the location, and the location is selected location, and the location what I have just created India. And in the access control, I am going to select block access. And then here you can see I can turn on this policy. So what policy I have created, that if user John is trying to log in to any cloud application from the India location, then the sign-in for that user should be blocked. That's okay. Now I am trying to make a login with a specific user John. So here I am opening up portal.azure.com. And this is the user principal name for the user John. And here I'm going to enter my password. Then here you can see you cannot access this right now. Your sign-in was successful, but does not meet the criteria to access this resource. For example, you might be signed in from a browser, app, or location that is restricted by your admin. So that is how we can implement the conditional access policy. Is this thing is clear to everyone? All right. So that is the one thing which we have to discuss in this conditional access policy. And then we are having the option for the role-based access control. So I already showed you that by having the role-based access control, we can segregate and delegate the things or the rights to the specific user in order to enable the access and control the different Azure resources what we have. So if we are having a virtual machine, key vault, virtual network subscription, anything present in here, then we can use the role-based access control in order to grant the access to the other user over to that specific resource. We are having the multiple role-based access controls are available, but the major are three, like owner, contributor, and the reader. If any user is having the owner role, then that user can do anything into that specific resource, and also owner role user can distribute the access to another users as well. If user is having the contributor role with them, then user can only manage the resource. Apart from that, if user is having the contributor role and user is trying to share that specific resource with any third person, then that user is not able to do that by having the contributor role with them. And by having the reader role, user can only see the things and cannot make any changes into the resources. So these three are the major role-based access control what we are utilizing over there. then there is an option comes up for the zero trust, and that is a very good thing, and that is a zero trust methodology. It says that trust no one, verify everything. So in the classical approach, it says that restrict everything to a secure network, but the zero trust policy says if you are trying to access the resources behind your corporate firewall and from your corporate firewall, then also I'm assuming that thing as a breach, and trust no one, verify everything. And we need to verify everything, then we will be able to grant you the access for the same. So that is the one thing that is related to the zero trust methodology in here. Same as like that, if I'm talking about the defense in depth, so that is the objective which help us to protect the information and prevent it from being stolen by those persons who are not authorized in order to access that data. We can say that the defense in depth is a layered approach to securing the computer systems. It will provide us the multiple level of protection, and also if at any given point of time any one layer got breached, then the subsequent layer can stop that specific breach and the data will be protected. So inside the defense in depth, we are having the multiple layers are available, like physical layer, identity and access layer, perimeter layer, network layer, compute layer, application layer, and the data layer. In the physical layer, it is responsible for the physical security. That is the first line of the defense to protect the computing hardware inside the data center. Then we are having the identity and access layer that control the access to the infrastructure and change control, and it will only allow the authorized personnel to enter and access the data center. Then we have a perimeter layer. That layer uses the distributed denial of service protection to file large or scale attacks before they can cause a denial of service for the user. Then we have a network layer. Network layer limit the communication between the different resources through the segment and access the control accordingly. Then we have a compute layer. We are using the compute layer in order to secure access towards the virtual machine over there. And then we are having the application layer. That will help us to ensure that applications are secure and free of security vulnerabilities which application we are using. And then we have a data in place. In the data layer, we can control the access to business and customer data that you need to protect. So this layer provides a specific guideline for you that you need to make your configuration more secure. And also when you are working with those things, then you have to focus on it. So if I'm talking about that, how do we go ahead and can our identity and access layer? So on that case, we can configure the single sign-on, we can configure the multi-factor authentication in order to secure this layer. If I'm talking about the securing perimeter layer, so we can set up the DDoS protection, we can set up the firewall, we can set up the different IDS things in order to identify and detect the different attacks against your network. Inside the network layer, you can use the deny rule. You can restrict the inbound and outbound internet access for the same. You can use the network security groups. For the compute layer, you can secure the access to the virtual machines. You can implement the endpoint protection to the devices over there. In the application layer, you can use the latest version of application. You need to ensure that your application is free of the vulnerabilities over there. Apart from that, when it comes up to the data, so where your data is stored, you have to have sure that your data is encrypted, or if your data is in the file format, then your data should be labeled in order to protect over there. So we can have multiple approaches are available into the each layer, which we can do in order to protect our data. That's okay. So that is what we have to discuss into the defense in depth. Before moving ahead with that topic, Microsoft Defender for Cloud, please let me know if you guys are having any questions for the same. That's okay. So now the next concept what we need to discuss, that is Microsoft Defender for Cloud. And if I'm talking about this one, so that is a cloud-based monitoring tool, and it will help us to secure our organization by providing us the security posture management and the threat protection suite. It monitors your cloud workload. Microsoft Defender for Cloud can also monitor your on-premises workload, or also it will give you the protection to the different workload what you are having in the another cloud provider hosted like in AWS or the Google Cloud platform as well. Will also give you the security recommendation that how you need to make the changes inside your existing workload in order to make your environment more secure. It will detect and block the malwares automatically. It will analyze and identify the potential threats. And if you want to secure the virtual machines by using the Microsoft Defender for Cloud, if you want to secure your servers for the same, then it can have the just-in-time access control option available for the specific ports in which we want to access all the things. So that is a quick brief about the Microsoft Defender for Cloud in here. And that is all about in the module number 2 as well. In this module, we discussed about the physical and the management infrastructure of Microsoft Azure. We talked about the different compute and the network services like virtual machine, container, app service, VPN, Express Route. We talked about the storage service. We talked about the identity, multi-factor authentication, conditional access policy, and the security related thing in that specific module. So that is all in the module number 2. And please let me know, guys, if you guys are having any pending question from the module number 1 and 2.
The one, if you could I don't know, review express routes, just to, so I don't know if I followed that one.
Okay, so if we want to connect our on-premises network with the Microsoft Azure Cloud and different Azure services like Office 365 over there. So for the same, we are utilizing the Express route, and it will create a secure communication and fast communication between our on-premises and the Microsoft Azure, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so and that's just for Azure related workloads, so app service and workloads, or is it connecting to SaaS services like Exchange Online or?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. So that is all in the module number 2. So what we can do, we can take a short afternoon break in here for 15 minutes, and then we can continue with the last module of AZ-900. That is module number 3.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Hello everyone. Please mark your confirmation once you all are back in the session. So we can continue with the module 3. Okay, then all right. Thank you very much everyone for the quick confirmations in here from your end. So now we are going to discuss the very last concept of, or we can say the very last module of the AZ-900 session. And this is going to be management and governance in the module number 3. So let's have a look what are the things which we are going to discuss in this module. In this module, we are having 4 different concepts in which we are going to take a look. The first one, that is a cost management, that how do we manage the cost, what are the cost and pricing calculators, what are the cost management and the tax are. Then we are going to take a look to the governance and the compliance related thing. Yes. Then in the governance and the compliance thing, we are going to talk about the blueprint, policies, and the resource lock. Then we are going to take a look into the service trust portal. Then we can have the resource deployment tool option is present, where we are going to see that how do we go ahead and do the deployment by using the portal, PowerShell, CLI, Azure Resource Manager over there. And in the last of this module, we are going to take a look into the Azure Advisor, Azure Service Health, and the Azure Monitor. So we need to discuss few quick things into this module in here. Moving ahead, and if I'm talking about the cost management first of all, so when we are talking about the factors, those factors are affecting to the cost. So first of all, we can have the option for the resource type, that which type of resource we are deploying. A number of factors influence the cost of Azure resources, the type of resource, the setting for the resource we are selecting, in which region we are having how much cost available. So whenever we are provisioning the Azure resource, so Azure creates a meter instances for the resource, and the makers track the resource uses, and accordingly it will generate the user's record that is used to calculate your bill. For a quick example, if you are having a storage account, so you can specify type like a blob, a performance tier, a access tier, redundancy setting, and the region. And then you can create the same storage account in the different region that may show the different cost, and changing any one of the setting what I have told you. Like if you are changing the performance tier in any account, if you are changing the access tier in any account, if you are changing the redundancy settings over there, then those settings are also impact the price in here. Same as like that when we are talking about the virtual machine. So virtual machine, you may have to consider the licenses for the operating system or other software, the processor, the number of cores you are utilizing into that specific processor, which type of storage you are attaching into your virtual machine, network interface, provisioning, related thing. So accordingly, if you are having the different configuration and different deployment present for the virtual machine inside the different region, then it may incur you the different cost. So that is the first factor that is affecting the cost, and that is a very important factor when it comes up to the cost. Moving ahead with the next factor, that is the consumption. So with the pay-as-you-go model, the consumption is the best of the biggest drivers of the cost. Pay-as-you-go has been a consistent theme throughout, and that's the cloud payment model where you have to pay for the resource that you are using during the specific billing cycle. And if you use more compute into the billing cycle, then you have to pay more. And if you use less in the current cycle, then you need to pay less amount for the same. So that is the very straightforward pricing mechanism that will allow you the maximum flexibility. However, Azure also offer you the ability to commit to use a set of amount of cloud resource in advance and receiving discount on those other reserve resources. So there are many services are present, like for the database service, you can go ahead and use the reserve resources. For the compute, you can use the reserve resource. For the storage, you can go ahead and set up the reserve resource, and you can have a discount available. Sometimes it will comes up approximately 72% over there. So what is the reserve resource and what is the reserve resource capacity? It means that when you are reserving a capacity, you are committing to use and paying for the certain amount of Azure resource during a given period. For example, if for in 1 year or 3 year, with the backup of pay as you go. So if you see a sudden surge in the demand, then that ellipses what you have pre-reserved, you just pay for the additional resource in excess of your reservation. And this model always allow you to recognize the significant saving and reliable, consistent workload over there. So that is the consumption thing over there. When we are talking about the form factor, those are affecting the cost. Apart from that, we are having the maintenance also in place. And that flexibility of the cloud makes it possible to rapidly adjust the resource based on demand. And we can use the resource group can help keep all of your resources organized. So if you want to control the cost, it's really important to maintain your cloud environment. For example, every time whenever you are provisioning a virtual machine, an additional resource is creating, like storage, network, interface card and all. So those are also provisioned. And when you are deprovisioning the virtual machine, then those resources may not deprovision at the same time. So in that case, you can have bill for those resources. So by keeping an eye on your resources and making sure you are not keeping around resources that are no longer needed by you, so you can help that thing to control your cost for the same. So that is the third factor that is affecting to the cost. Moving ahead and talking about the next one, so that is the geography. And geography is also affecting to the cost. So whenever we are provisioning the resources into the Azure, we need to always define that in which region we want to deploy our resource and in which region where we are going to deploy our resource. So we all know that the Azure infrastructure is distributed globally, which enables us to deploy our services centrally or closest to our customer or something in between. So with this global deployment, that comes up the global pricing differences as well. So the cost of the power, labor, taxes, fees is varying depending on the location from where we are hosting our resources. So due to these variations, the Azure resources can differ in cost to deploy depending on the region, and network traffic is also impacted based on the geography over there. For example, it's a less expensive to move the information within the Europe than to move the information from Europe to Asia or South Africa over there. Then we are having the another factor that is a network traffic. So billing zones are a factor in determining the cost of Azure service. So bandwidth refers to data moving in and out of Azure data center. So some of the inbound data transfer are free. The cost for the outbound data or the data between Azure resource is impacted by the billing zones over there. And a zone is a geographical grouping of Azure region for billing purposes. So the bandwidth pricing pays having all the information available related to the ingress, egress, or the transfer for the same. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the subscription, so some Azure subscription type also include the user's allowance, which affect the cost. For example, an free Azure trial subscription provide you the access to the number of Azure products that are free for 12 months. It also includes the credit to spend within your first 30 days of sign up, and you will get access to more than 25 products that are always free based on resource and the region availability. So that is the subscription based products are also present. So these 6 are the different things or different factors which is affecting to our cost. Apart from that, if I'm talking about the marketplace, so Azure Marketplace lets you purchase Azure-based solution and service from the different third-party vendors. And this could be a server with software pre-installed and configured or managed network firewall appliances or the connectors to the third-party backup service. So whenever you purchase product through the Azure Marketplace, you may pay for not only the Azure service that you are using, but also the services of the third-party vendor which you are utilizing are built into your bill that are set by the specific vendor. So inside the Azure Marketplace, all the solutions are available, certified, and compliant with the Azure policy and the standard over there. And it may vary based on the service and the solution type of Azure service which is involved over there. So we can have the open source container platforms are present. We can have virtual machine and database images are present into the marketplace. We can have application and deployment software tools are present, and much more with having 10,000 plus listings to the Azure marketplace. So let me open up the portal, and here you can see that if I'm clicking it here to the create resource, then inside that here I'm having in the marketplace, and inside the marketplace, let me go back one step, and here you can see we are having all the categories are available. For example, we want to go with the web, and we want to install the WordPress, cPanel, and other thing. So inside that case, you can see that we are having all the things are available. If you want to license, create a license, cPanel admin edition, so we can just simply click on the create, and then we will be able to create like a specific thing. We can go with the WordPress creation. So we can have those options are present inside the marketplace, and we can utilize the different things from the marketplace. So that is the Azure Marketplace. Moving ahead and talking about the pricing calculator, so that is a very good thing, and the pricing calculator is designed to give you the estimated cost of provisioning the resources in Azure. So by using the pricing calculator, you can get an estimate for individual resource, build out a solution, and you can use this as an example scenario to see the estimate of your Azure spend over there. Azure pricing calculator's focus is on the cost of provisioning resources in the Azure. The Azure pricing calculator is only for the information purpose, and it will only give you the brief idea or the estimate. The costing for the Azure pricing calculator is not the correct one what you are going to be charged. So it is only giving you the idea. And when you are selecting the pricing calculator, then the prices is different or based on the region, tier, billing option, support, program and offer, and guest pricing, whatever the thing you are using. So let me show this thing to you that how do we go ahead and configure the and see the things by using the Azure pricing calculator. So inside my portal here, if I'm searching for the Azure pricing calculator, and let me open it up. And now here you can see that I am having that specific pricing calculator present with me, and I want to calculate the virtual machine cost, approximately cost, and I want to cash this cost into the US dollar, for example. And here I can select that I want to deploy my virtual machine in East US region. My operating system is Windows. Then in the tier, I want to use the standard tier. In the category, I want to use general purpose VM. In the instance series, I want to use DS series. And then here I'm selecting this one with having the 7 gig of RAM and 14 gig of temporary storage, with two virtual CPU. And I want to run 2 virtual machine, 730 hours total. And here you can see if I go with pay as you go model and the license is included, then I'm having the $408.80 cost per month. If I want to go with the Azure benefit where I'm also holding the license for the operating system and then we want to utilize the same, then it will charge me approximately $225. That's okay. If I'm reserving my instance for 1 year, then it will charge me for the approximately $330. If I reserve it for the 3 year, then I'm having that plan. And if I'm reserving it for the 1 year reserve or the 3 year reserve monthly, so in that case I'm having those prices changes accordingly. And as like that, we can also go ahead and manage the different things like what is the license program and what type of support I have utilized. So if I'm using this developer support, then it will charge me $29 extra. If I'm having the standard support, then it costs me the $100. And if I'm go with the professional garage, then it will charge me the $1,000 extra for the support. So that is how we can utilize the things. If we want to export the settings, so we can export the setting into the Excel as well. And then now inside this Excel file, you can see that we are having all the schematic are available. And here you can see inside this Excel file, I'm having all the schematic are available, whatever the things we have selected as a part of that specific pricing calculator. If you want to save your configuration, then you can save it from in here. And also you can share your this location from in here as well if you want. So that is for the brief estimation idea. You can select the product from in here. You can see the different example scenario. You can see the saved schematic. So for the same, you need to make a login and then you will be able to save it over here. So the Azure pricing calculator is clear to everyone? Please mark your confirmations so I can go ahead. Okay, all right. So the next thing what we are going to take a look, that is going to be the total cost of ownership calculator. So it is talking about the walkthrough. So we already seen that how do we go ahead and work with the pricing schematic over there. And the next concept what we have to discuss, that is a total cost of ownership. So if I'm talking about the total cost of ownership calculator, so we are using this tool to estimate the cost saving that you can realize, like if you are running your own workload and you want to migrate to the Microsoft Azure, then how much savings you are doing. And that report compares the cost of on-premises infrastructure with the cost of using Azure product and services in the cloud. So the total cost of ownership calculator compare the cost of running sample workload in your data center versus the same workload if you are running over to the Azure, then what are the different configurations over there. That's okay. So let's jump up to the portal and see that how total cost of ownership calculator works. So from in here, let me open up a new tab and let me search for the TCO calculator Azure, and from in here let me open it up And then here you can see, like if you want to make a bulk upload, so you can bulk upload and save your report. You can see your saved report. Let me define my workload. So for example, if I want to run one physical server or virtual machine to the Windows, and I'm having the data center and I'm having two different VM by running the Hyper-V. And this is my on-premises detail. So I'm having the physical server, and inside this one, I'm having 8 cores present with 512 gig of RAM, or let me go with 64 gig of RAM, and I am not using that one. And apart from that, I am having one storage, and this is my LAN disk, or I am having the NAS file share with the 6 KB of capacity, and I'm having the backup capacity of 6 KB as well. So that is my on-premises workload. Let me go with the next. And once I click on the next, then it is telling me for the adjust the assumptions if I'm having. So that's okay. Let me go with all the things and let me click on the next. So now here you can see if I'm running those resources total in on premises for 5 years, then it will cost me for $43,808, in which I'm having 28% expense I'm giving on my data center, 54% expense I'm giving on my compute, 9% expense I'm having on my networking, 5% thing expense I'm having on my storage, and the remaining 5% expense on my IT labor. When I'm running the same workload in the Azure over 5 years, then for the same here you can see I'm expending the 32% on the compute, 62% on the storage, and the 6% on the labor, whereas we are not having any tension for the data center and the networking management. And from in here, you can see the breakdown as well. And that is the breakdown, like how much we are going to expense in order to work with the same. And here we can see the compute cost, and accordingly we are having all the data available, the data center cost, the storage cost, networking cost, data storage cost, and here the IT labor cost. So we can have all the data available. If we want download that data, so we can download that data from in here, and we can save this report as a PDF, how we want the portrait and the landscape mode. So that is totally up to us, like how do we go ahead and how we want to save our report in that case. Let me go with the landscape option. And then here you can see that this total 12-page report is generated by the TCO calculator. And by having that report in place, we can manage the things, we can plan the things, and here you can see the savings over there. If we are logged into the same, then we can save it, and also we can share that report as well. So that is the use of total cost of ownership TCO calculator. Is this thing is clear to everyone? That's all right. Thank you very much for the quick confirmations in here. Now, if I'm moving ahead and talking about the exercise, so we already discussed review of TCO calculator. Then we are having the option for the cost management. So if I'm talking about the cost management here, so that is nothing, that is a global cloud provider. We all know that the Microsoft Azure is a global cloud provider, and we can provision our resources anywhere in the world. And if I'm talking about the cost management, so that is a function that provides us the ability to quickly check the Azure resources cost, and accordingly we can create the alert based on the resource spent, and we can create the budget that can be used to automate the management of resources over there. So we can have a cost analysis as a subset of cost management that provides a quick visual of your Azure cost by using the Azure cost analysis, and you can quickly view the total cost in the variety of different ways, including by the bill cycle, region, resource, and so on. So that is the cost management, where we can have the report, billing report, we can have budget, alerting, and the recommendation options are present. Then we are having a tags option are present, that we can add, modify, and delete the resource tag in the portal, and by using the tag, we can consolidate our billing. So tags contain the metadata of your Azure resource. Like for example, if we have created a application, so who is the owner of that application, for which department we have created that specific application, in which environment my that application is running, in development, quality test, or the production. So that is the something we are having the detail available into the tags, and the tags always having the consist of name and value pair. First of all, we are having the name available, and based on that name we are having the value for the same, and it is always useful when we are rolling up our billing information. So on that note, we are using the tags for the same. That's all right. Moving ahead and talking about some governance and the compliance related thing. So in that lesson, we are going to talk about the blueprint, Azure policy, resource lock, and the service class portal. But before talking about the governance, please guys let me know if you are having any questions for the same. Okay, so let's just discuss the Azure blueprint in here. So if I'm talking the Azure Blueprint, so that lets you the standardize the cloud subscription or the environment deployment instead of having to configure features like Azure policy for each new subscription. With Blueprint, what you can do, you can define the repeatable setting and policies that are applied as a new subscription are created. Then you need a new dev test environment. So the Azure Blueprint lets you deploy the new dev test environment with security and compliance settings already configured into that specific new subscription. So by using the Azure Blueprint, we can manage the role assignment in the subscription, we can manage the policy assignment, we can manage the Azure Resource Manager template, we can have the resource group options are present. When we are talking about the components of the blueprint, so that is known as a artifact. So each component in the blueprint definition is known as a artifact over there. That's okay. Then we have an option for the Azure policy. So if we want to make our organization more compliant, so for the same, what we can do, we can go ahead and utilize the Azure policy over there. And by using the Azure policy, what we can do, we can maintain our compliance related thing more easy. So let me jump up to the portal and show you that how do we go ahead and implement the Azure policy. So here inside my portal, let me search for the policy. And inside the policy, here you can see that we are having the definition and the assignments are available. So as of now, I'm not having any assignment available. For the same, I am quickly going to create a new resource group. Okay, let me create a new resource group, and this is my RG policy, for example, in the East West region. Let me go with the review and create. So I have created a new resource group. Then let me go back to the policy And inside the policy, I am going to assign a policy, and the policy is scoped to the my Azure sponsorship pass and in the RG policy resource group. Then in the policy definition, let me go ahead and I am going to select the existing definition what I have. So it is floating the all definitions for me. And here I can search for the SKUs, and that is the one what I want to use, allowed virtual machine SKU. And then let me go with the next. And here in the allowed size SKU, I'm going to select the one of the size what I have presented here. And here, for example, let me go with B2S only. And then let me go with the next. I don't want to go with the remediation and all. Let me go ahead and create a policy. So I have created a policy that only B2S as virtual machine SKU machine creation is allowed into the RG policy resource group. And now you can see that I have total one assignment available. Let me refresh my portal. And then I am going to the virtual machine option. And from in here, I'm going to create a new virtual machine. And here I'm putting up my resource group, the RG policy. And this is going to be my VM name, Azure VM. And I don't want to make it infrastructure available. Let me select the Windows Server 2022 as an operating system. Then here I'm going to provide the username and the password. Let me reconfirm it. And let me go with the review and create. Now here you can see I'm having the validation error. And what is the error I am having? So let me see the specific error why I'm not having the option enabled for creating this VM. Now you can see it is running the validation. Now here you can see validation failed. Click here to view detail, and here you can see resource Azure VM was disallowed by policy because I have only allowed the B2S SKU, and here I am utilizing T2S V3 SKU. So that is how we can go ahead and utilize the policy in order to make our environment more compliant. Is this thing is clear to everyone?
What does INR stand for? INR.
INR is Indian rupees. That is an Indian currency, like you are using US dollar and all. Okay.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Thanks.
Okay, all right. So that is the use of the Azure policy what we have to discuss. Apart from that, we are having the resource lock option also present, and that will help us to protect our resource from the accidental deletion and the modification. And we can also manage the locks at the subscription level, resource group, or the individual resource level as well inside the Azure portal. So here you can see if I go back to my portal, and inside my portal here you can see I'm having my resource group available. Inside my resource group, if I want to go with the lock option, so here I'm having the locks, and in the lock let me add a lock, and I want to go with the delete lock. Let me add this lock. Now here you can see I have added the delete lock into my this resource group RG policy. Let me go to the delete resource group and I'm going to delete my resource group. And if I click on the delete, then here you can see the delete resource group failed. The resource group RG policy is locked and cannot be deleted. So we can have two different type of lock available. The first one that is a delete and the next one that is a read only. So if you are applying the delete lock, then you won't be able to delete that specific resource or the resource group. If you set up the read only lock, then you can only read the things from that specific resource or resource group. However, you do not make any changes into it or you cannot delete the resource as well. So that is the resource lock. Is this thing is clear to everyone?
Yes. And if accidentally we don't have this policy in place and we accidentally remove one of the resources, is there any way to recover that?
No. If we don't have the resource lock present, then we cannot recover it.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so then there is a demonstration for the resource lock. So we already seen that. And then there is a slide that is talking about the service trust portal. So if I'm talking about the service trust portal in here, so that is only a portal where we are having the different content tools and the other resources available that is related to the Microsoft security, privacy, and compliance practices. The Service Bus portal contains the detail about the Microsoft's implementation of the control and processes that protect our cloud service and customer data. To access some of the resource on the Service Bus portal, we need to make a sign in and then we need to authenticate with the Microsoft account as well. So inside the Service Bus portal, we can have the different test document, audit report, and compliance reports are available. So we can go ahead and read those reports from the thing. That's okay. So that is only the thing. Then the important concept when we are talking about the managing the deployment tool, so we can have multiple options are available. We can use the Azure portal for the deployment. We can use the Azure Cloud Shell. We can use the Azure PowerShell. We can also use the command line shell for the same if we want to interact with the Microsoft Azure. Then we are having one more concept available that is related to the Azure Arc. So if we want to extend our management to on-premises or multi-cloud thing to the Microsoft Azure, and we want to manage those resources by using the Microsoft Azure in here, so we can go ahead and utilize the Azure Arc service for the same. And then Azure Arc lets you to extend your Azure compliance and monitoring things to your hybrid and multi-cloud environments over there. So what can we do by using the Azure Arc to the outside Azure? So if we are having the workload outside present of the Azure, then we can utilize the server, cluster, data service, SQL server, and the virtual machines, and then we can manage those servers as a part of the Microsoft Azure over there. So that is how we can use the Microsoft Azure in place. Then there is an option for the Azure Resource Manager or a slide. So the Azure Resource Manager is the deployment and the management service for Azure, and it provides the management layer to us that help us to enable or that help us to create, update, and delete the resources inside our Azure subscription. So whenever the user is sending any request from any one of the tool, API, SDK, the Azure Resource Manager receives the request and accordingly it will authenticate and authorize the request. After that, ARM sends the request to the specific Azure service, which take the requested action over there. So by having the Azure Resource Manager, we can manage the infrastructure through the different templates. We can have the option for applying the access control by using the role-based access control thing over there. So that is the Azure Resource Manager. And here you can see that if I'm talking about the ARM template, So ARM template is an infrastructure as a code concept where you can manage your infrastructure as a line of code. And by using the ARM template, we can describe the resource, what we want to declare into the JSON format. And inside that, we are having the different benefits. Like we can go ahead and provide the declarative syntax, and that will allow you to create and deploy the entire Azure infrastructure declaratively. It means that you can declare what you want to deploy, but don't need to write the actual programming command and sequence to deploy the resource. You can have the repeatable result option present, that is repeatedly deploy your infrastructure throughout the deployment lifecycle and have confidence to your resources are deployed successfully. You can manage the orchestration, so you don't have to worry about the complexities of ordering the operation. The ARM automatically orchestrates the deployment of the specific resource what you want. You can also go with the modular file option, so you can break down your template into the smaller and reusable components, and then you can go with your deployment. It also provides you the extensibility to export your code. So if you are having your deployment scripts with you, then you can add the PowerShell and Bash script to your template, and that will extend the ability to set up your resource during the deployment over there. That's okay. So that is all about the ARM as well. Then we have few Azure monitoring tools are available. Those are Azure Advisor, or we can say the Azure Services or the Azure Monitor. So let's just discuss those tools in the portal, and also we can see those things in here. Like if I'm talking about the Azure Advisor, so that is a tool which will help us to give the recommendation based on the best practices in order to optimize our deployment. And by using the Azure Advisor, we can make our resources more reliable, secure, and we can increase the performance, we can save the cost, and also we are having the operational excellence of present, that how we can run the deployment with the best practices over there. So these all are the benefits why we can use if we are following the Azure Advisor. Same as like that, if I'm talking about the Azure Service Health, so that is the thing that will provide us the different health collection of the services that is related to the Azure over there, and how that health is going to impact our workload. So first of all, if I'm talking about the Azure status, so that will give us the broad picture of the status of Azure globally. Then in the service health, it will give us the focused view to the services, what the services we are using. And if there is a problem into like a specific service, then you are not going to show that thing in here. Apart from that, we are having the resource health option present, and that is the view of your actual Azure resource what you are using. And accordingly, it will provide you the health status of your specific cloud resource. And by having that report with you, you can also go ahead and complete and manage the health of your resource. Then we are having the Azure Monitor in place. Azure Monitor is a tool that will collecting the logs, that will collecting the application insight, a smart alert, and accordingly it will provide the automation action and the different dashboards to you. And by collecting the log, it will protect your organization for the different type of threats over there. You can also run the queries onto the logs, whatever the log is collected by the specific CPU over there. So that is all the thing what we have to discuss in this module as well. And in this module, we talked about the cost management, governance and compliance, resource deployment tool, monitoring tool. So as I told you, that is a 10,000 level overfit view of the Azure. And based on that, we are having multiple courses are present where we are having individual topics are present as a module over there. So that is all about the AZ-900 in here. and that is all about the training as well. Before winding up the session, please let me know, guys, if you are having any pending query and the questions from the today's session.
I have one question regarding
yes, please.
Tools. So these tools that you have shown is for the Azure Services itself. But if you have an application that is deployed to Azure, is there any helpful logging tool?
Correct. For the same, we are having the application insight. So in the application insight, you can manage all the tracking for your application, like how traffic coming up to your app and how it is performing. So you can track all the things. Okay.
Okay, and then there we can drill down to the, like, if we need to find out problem. Okay.
Okay, that's great. And also I'm sharing a feedback link over to the chat. So please provide your valuable feedback for the training. That will help us to deliver better in future. So I have shared the link on the chat, and it may take before tomorrow evening, you will see that video on the website. Okay. Yes, great. So I have shared the feedback link. Please share your valuable feedback on the training. And that is all from my side at AZ-900. Great. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining me in the session.
Hey, thank you so much for addressing my questions and all that other good stuff. It was a lot of information poured into my brain, but it's all stuff I didn't, well, maybe a third or fourth of it, well, maybe 40% of it I didn't know before. So thank you very much.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next question, since we took this class, does it automatically update some system inside of Microsoft, or do I get a special badge, or, you know, what's the next step, or is there a certification I take because I attended this class? Sorry if I missed that point.
You can see that, I think, the achievement section, okay, where you have achieved redeem your achievement code.
All right. So you've already given me a blessing saying I'm awesome and I took this class?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. So there's nothing I need to do other than say, hey, boss, I took the class.
No. Thanks.
All right, cool. All right. Thank you.
Okay, all right.